The Kirsch. Gator out today. Stony is in 248.
Happy Hanukkah for everybody who celebrates.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Happy holidays. Covers them all.
Yes, they
so
do.
hopefully everybody gets to spend good time with the family.
Last night was the first night. Yes.
Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Matt in Dearborn. Hello, Matt. Matt, are you there?
How are you? Yeah, how are you?
Go ahead.
Good. I was just calling about a couple things that were said. Thanks for taking my call. Love your show.
Thank you.
About Hutch and how much he gets called out. I think we said we were expecting more from him. And then, Doug, I think you even said the level of disappointment. I think you said that like half hour ago.
Yeah.
He's out there busting his tail and getting double teamed and doing everything he can. He got almost a pick six yesterday.
It was a great play.
And I think that's the first interception Stafford's thrown. I don't remember the stat at home or whatever in so many games. To continue to call out Hutch, I don't know if it's his contract that he signed or his.
So Matt, here's what I think it is, and I think everybody has sort of their measurement of their level of disappointment with Hutch is what I'm getting at. Some people are going to be really disappointed. Others, I think it's okay to be minorly disappointed. Maybe you're not disappointed at all. He was on his way to having a 20-sack season when he got hurt last year, and this year he's not going to do that. And so I think it's fair to say that that's a step back, but he might still end up with a career high in sacks. So that's why you can be disappointed or not as much as you want.
Well, a lot of the disappointment is if you go and dive deep, and I haven't done it as much as others, the quality of the tackle who's going up against him. A lot of times they've been backups. A lot of times they've been tight ends. He's been beating, but when he plays against a legitimate, really good tackle, nothing happens. So that's part of it. And I think the other part of the disappointment is that there are some people, I'm not one of them, who expects him to be Myles Garrett, Max Crosby, and those type of guys, and he's not that. He's a really good player.
Is he a disappointing player?
I think in some people's eyes, yeah, man.
He hasn't been dominant.
A disappointing player is different than if you wanted him to have, and I think it's okay to want him to have a 20-sack season after what he was doing last year.
Right.
You might be disappointed that he's not going to get there, but his career's not over, and he's going to be here for a while, and he's probably going to make a bunch of plays for Detroit, and hopefully he still has the ability to take that next step and be in that category of a Myles Garrett.
Right. He's really good. He's just not dominant. And
not yet.
Right.
No.
And when you get paid, in a lot of people's eyes, that much money, that's for dominance.
That's true. I appreciate you guys.
No, thank you for the phone call. And look, let me be clear on this. It's a scale depending on how much you want to be. If you want to be irate and think he's terrible and this is a major disappointment, that's fine. I'm minorly disappointed because I want him to be a 20-sack guy. I thought he might be that last year, and he's not going to get there this year. So, there doesn't mean he can't still be more than he's been this year, and he still made a great play yesterday. A great play. Now, would I like him to be in the quarterback's face more? Get more sacks and TFLs? I would. But as it stands right now, if you look at trying to figure out, I'll work on something, workshop something here with Hutch in a minute. Let's go to James in Westland. You're on 97.1. Hi, James.
Good morning, gentlemen.
What's up?
I really don't have a champ for the weekend, but want to focus on chumps, and it's the NFL officials. Now, I'm not saying that the three things I'm about to point out decided the game yesterday, but it heavily influenced. First of all, the Parkinson touchdown. Now, if he caught the ball, he was down at the 1-yard line.
Yes.
But then when they came back from the commercial, Blandino says, well, they're claiming that he didn't have possession, regained possession while in the end zone. But if you watch the film when they're running it, he's still kind of juggling or moving the ball while he's sliding in the end zone. He doesn't fully gain possession, and the ball stops moving till he's out of bounds. So either he's caught the ball and he's down at the 1, or it's an incomplete pass. It couldn't have been a touchdown either way.
No, I think he was down at the 1.
I think it was down at the 1 too, and I don't think it impacted the outcome. But overall, you wonder what the hell's going on that was ruled a touchdown.
Next one.
Yes. Now the second thing is right after that play, the Lions take a deep shot, and J-Mo gets tripped, and he that's why he didn't catch the ball, because if the DB doesn't grab him by the shirt and trip him, it's a walk-in touchdown, and now it's 31-27 Lions. I don't understand, how do you not make that call in a standalone play like that? It's not like it's congested. It's not like it's a lot of people in the area. Clearly, it was pass interference. And the last one was the pass interference on J-Mo in the back of the end zone.
Right.
They
ended up scoring like 2 plays later, so that was no big deal.
Yeah, but once again, the DB grabs him, and then the safety runs him out of bounds. And I'm just like, and how can the Rams play another, here we go again, play a full game, high-leverage game, high-intensity game, playoff atmosphere game, and they not have one penalty till the last drive of the game?
Right, they had 1 penalty. The Lions had 4. So they
last drive of the game.
Yeah, 4-1. There weren't a lot of penalties called.
Exactly.
James, thank you. All right, so just working on a little bit here with Hutch, and people being disappointed in him. And like I said, it's a sliding scale, maybe from slightly disappointed to very disappointed. He is in year 4. And he has been in and out of the lineup because of injuries. And so he has played in 53 games. And in those 53 games, he has 38 quarterback sacks. Through the first 4 years of Myles Garrett, he was also in and out of the lineup through injuries. And through his first 4 years, he played 51 games. And he had 42 and a half sacks, 4.5 more than Hutch in a similar time frame. Micah Parsons played 52 games his first 3 years. He had 40 and a half sacks, 2.5 more than Hutch. So, yeah, I mean, you want Hutch to be more, and it's fair. And I think he still has a chance to be more.
Oh,
he's not that far off from trending of what the elites were in their first few years.
Look,
and that's why we don't have
it's a semantical argument. He's very, very good. There's no doubt about it. I just don't look at him as being dominant.
Yeah, I mean, and do I think he can be? Well, I sure hope he can, but I think he can be more than he's been, yes.
Yeah, and he certainly, if they got him some freaking help and not some injured guys.
248-539-9797. Jeff in Shelby is next on 97.1. Hello, Jeff.
Hi,
What's
how
up,
are
buddy?
you?
We're good.
This is for Stony. Dan Campbell needs to be fired. We can't win a Super Bowl with him.
Okay, you're sure for that? You're sure of that?
Yes, it's 5 years. It's a large sample size. He's made the playoffs twice. We're not going to make the playoffs this year. He needs to be fired. We need to scrap the whole thing up and go with a new direction. We can't make the playoffs, and we can't win a Super Bowl with Dan Campbell.
Well, I think
the sample size is large enough.
No, I don't think it is large enough. I think if Josh
5 years. How many Lions coaches have lasted 5 years? Hardly anybody except Wayne Fontes.
Yeah, and he didn't win a Super Bowl either. I mean, look,
right? That's you prove my point.
So if
you
if
prove
you
my
have,
point,
if
5
you
years
have,
is a large
hold on,
sample size. Dan Campbell he's horrific. He's horrible.
He's horrible.
We need a new coach.
Horrible.
This can't be a real call.
No, it is, because I think he called yesterday on the postgame show. Here's the deal: if Josh Reynolds catches a pass, they're going to the Super Bowl. So let's be realistic.
Well,
here.
Jeff, Andy Reid didn't win a Super Bowl his first 5 years. Andy Reid didn't win a Super Bowl his first 19 years.
Okay.
And they got rid of him.
But he was in the mix a lot. He was in the mix a lot.
2 playoff appearances, 0 Super Bowls, 0 Super Bowl appearances. That's a large enough sample size.
That's most coaches in the NFL.
Yeah, I mean, are you?
No, most coaches get fired after 2 years. Look at all the line. Morning Wag, 1 year.
Jeff,
that's a problem.
Do you think it's because the way you talk, and I just want to make sure I'm understanding this, although this was for Stony, not me.
Yeah.
But if Dan Campbell got fired, do you think everybody around the football world in the NFL would go, yeah, it's about time?
Maybe. But you know what? 0 Super Bowl appearances, 0 Super Bowl wins.
So
okay?
so that's
5 years is a long enough sample size.
So Jeff,
That's a long enough sample size.
every team that doesn't make a Super Bowl within 5 years, even though
coach.
they had a nice progression, and then this is a little bit of a blip. Look, he's not blameless for this season. Okay, so far it's been unsuccessful. So every coach you should get rid of after 4 or 5 years. 5 years is your limit.
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
absolutely. That's
All right.
the trend. That is totally the trend.
Okay, all right.
Wonder if we get some people that agree with Jeff.
I think changing a whole culture. I think that gets you a few more years. Now, if they go downhill and don't make the playoffs maybe 2 years in a row and they regress next year, then you have the conversation. Not now.
I does he really look around at like some of the great coaches and how long it took them? How long did it take Bill Belichick to win it? How long it took Andy Reid?
I should have asked him if Matt LaFleur should be fired.
Carson Anderson, Gators out today. Stony's in 97.1. Doug Karsh, Stony in for Gator. 248-539-9797. The Detroit Lions lose to the Rams yesterday and now are kind of in a win-out situation. But, I mean, it's not all doom and gloom and that they'll be favored. They are favored right now in the next two games. They have to go out and do it. Being favored doesn't get you a win.
No.
But it tells you that it's not impossible to get to that Chicago game with a chance. And if you care about Vegas spreads, the Bears are actually underdogs their next two games, and that could really put Detroit in a great spot going into that last game. To win the division, well, if chalk holds, they need somewhere along the line Green Bay to lose an unexpected game.
And if you believe in conspiracy theories, which I don't, but if you do, you know the NFL would love nothing better to have the pupil versus the teacher on a Sunday night flex to win the NFC North.
Let's get back to your phone calls. Paul's in Chesterfield next. Hello, Paul.
Well, I don't know if I can follow up this next call or not, or this last call. Geez,
Jeff and Shelby
man.
fire Dan Campbell guy?
Oh, my God. Are you kidding me? Do you really want to go back to where we were before he got here? I mean, that's ridiculous. What a ridiculous phone call. All right, you can't base what's going on with this team right now about anything in the past, and I know you guys have already said that. I mean, that's just totally, completely asinine, all right? It really is. You know, I mean, just ridiculous. I mean, what a stupid phone call. And the next thing I want to say on that, okay, now that I brought that up is that there's so many things that have gone wrong with the team this year, okay? Not necessarily with the team, but everything. I mean, with the losing the players, I mean, look, talent matters no matter what team you're on. If you don't have the talent to put out there to win these games, you're not going to win. You can wish it all day long, but it's not going to happen. There's so many things wrong right now, and in order for them to correct it, I know, and I love Dan Campbell. Please don't get me wrong. I respect the guy. He's a great coach as far as I'm concerned from where we were at. I do not want to get rid of him. There's no way. But what my point is going to be is that it all goes back to the same thing. It always has been, always will be, and it's always in its purest form, football. Games, championships are all won and lost in the trenches. Doesn't matter whether it's offense or defense. If you don't have that, you're not going to go very far.
Correct.
And and the talent that you've got on this team, a lot of these guys are hurt. So you can't expect to plug the third and fourth string players into this game and expect to win. It's just not going to happen.
Paul, I agree with you. I think he's an exceptionally good coach. I think realistically speaking, as a fan base, and it's hard to say in Detroit because we've never even seen a Super Bowl, let alone win one, obviously. Mm-hmm. But the idea is, I think it's reasonable to expect your team to be in the Super Bowl mix. If you can get a team that's coached, that's in the Super Bowl mix every year, where you're in that pool of teams that has a shot,
right?
You're in a good spot.
Yeah.
In a really good spot with the people running your organization. The last 2 years, they've been one of those teams.
Right.
This year, it's in question.
Correct.
And that's fair to be disappointed.
But they
and I'm
at least
disappointed.
Were for most of the season.
And they still could be, right? If they run the table here, get into the postseason, and draw Tampa in the first round, or
Carolina,
or stun the world and go win a game on the road against a Philly or something, then they're once again being one of those teams in the mix. And if you know, I often say sports talk radio turns into a battle of who has higher standards.
Yeah.
Jeff and Shelby is wanting to show he has the highest standards. But I think a realistic standard is every year there's a pool of teams that really have a shot. And eventually you got to win one. But if you're in that pool every year, your organization's in a good spot.
Yes.
Larry's in Salina next. Hello, Larry.
How you doing?
Good, Larry.
Oh, yeah, so my champ is Phil Rivers. And, besides virtually winning the game yesterday, to put into perspective, Dan Orlovsky being the ESPN quarterback specialist, Philip Rivers was drafted 2 years before Dan Orlovsky was drafted. So I think that puts things into perspective.
Wait. Philip Rivers was drafted 2 years before Dan Orlovsky was. Yeah. I mean, it's an amazing story, Larry.
Yes. Although he didn't throw the ball. He didn't throw the ball very far.
He's got kids older than his teammates.
He's a grandfather.
Yep.
He's a high school coach.
Yeah, I know.
And just to come in and do what he did. Yes, he wasn't going to outrun anybody, and he wasn't going to throw the ball as far as some of the other guys. But to play a good team and have them beat, with the go-ahead field goal with a few seconds left, I think that's just that's fantastic.
Hey, thank you for the phone call, Larry. 248-539-9797. Matt in Rochester Hills is next. Hello, Matt.
Hey, yeah, I don't know how I follow up Jeff. That's got to be on the short list of worst calls I've ever heard. But I will stick on the subject of Campbell just for 1 second, though. I do love Campbell, but you just can't have these constant blunders with the timeouts. I mean, when you're losing games, it is so crucial you have all 3 timeouts. I mean, one more time, like having that third timeout, do I think they would have won? No, but it makes for a difference. It maybe puts the Rams in a situation where they feel need to throw and an incomplete pass.
Which timeout?
First half or second half? They kind of wasted one in both halves, but maybe it means both.
Yeah, I mean, I was referring to the second half in particular, but as far as the Lions, I do think, and you guys mentioned earlier about the rushing offense, another stat with Gibbs is in games he has scored a touchdown, they're undefeated. In games he has not, they have not won yet. I do think that's Lions football, that their identity has become, running the football and Gibbs having huge games. And him, I don't know the offense put up points, but his effectiveness does correlate with the team. I don't think the season is shot by any means. I mean, they still, if they win out, they should comfortably get in, and they still have a shot for the division. But it's tough for me to have faith that they'll win out. It's also tough for me to have faith that they could go far. It feels like the same situation as last year, where they're not going to get a shot.
I guess the one thing that we can take a little bit of solace in, and just a little bit of solace in, is that last year the Lions played a team that had no business beating them in the playoffs, and they beat them.
Right.
So, 15-2 didn't get us to where we wanted to be, and a team that shouldn't have beat the Lions beat the Lions. So, we can be that team, right? If you're in.
If you're in, you have a chance.
Now, would I rather be on our way to 15-2 again? Of course.
Yeah.
And trending to have the first round bye. But, making the playoffs gives you a chance. And I still like a lot of these weapons offensively. And if they have to go on the road in a bad weather game, I don't love that. But
no, and then they have to be able to stop the run. Here's another stat for you: the Lion run defense yesterday allowed a 69% offensive rushing success rate, the single worst mark the Lions have surrendered in all 86 games of the Campbell era, and the worst by the franchise since 2003.
Yeah, I mean, pretty bad. 248-539-9797. Joe is in Detroit and next. Hello, Joe.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call.
Sure.
I just had I have no opinion on this, but I wanted to hear what you guys think about. I know you guys mentioned this more about the offense being a way you guys can win, but the defense needs more work. But how do you guys feel about Ben Johnson going to Chicago and being 10-4, I guess maybe first time as head coach, and Matthew Stafford immediately going to LA and winning the championship? Like, I just wanted to hear your guys' opinion on that.
The Stafford thing is something that absolutely I thought was always possible in Detroit. Put the right team around him, he could win a Super Bowl, and he had the right team around him in LA. So that one was affirmation of something that I always believed.
Yes, and watching if the Bears play the Rams for the NFC Championship game, Lion fans will be.
Yeah, that'll suck. But Ben Johnson was a good coach.
Yeah.
He was a good coach here.
Kidnap him.
We'd love to have him.
He was here one more year than I thought we were going to have him, actually.
But, I mean, he was a good coach. I'm giving him credit for what he's done there. More of your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Jump Vaults, Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs tells ESPN's Pete Thamel he will enter the transfer portal with 1 year of eligibility remaining. The Spartan quarterback followed Jonathan Smith from Oregon State to MSU, where he had 3,800 passing yards, 450 rushing yards, 23 passing touchdowns, and 14 interceptions in 2 years. Childs was benched for backup Alessio Milivojevic towards the end of the season. Milivojevic has already indicated he plans on staying in East Lansing, as the Spartans have, of course, hired a new head coach in Pat Fitzgerald. Meanwhile, Michigan is still in search for a new coach after Sharon Moore was fired, arrested, and charged with home invasion last week. Previous headlines highlighted Arizona State's Kenny Dillingham and Alabama's Kalen DeBoer as the top targets going into the weekend. However, the online exchange and prediction market Kalshi has Washington's Jed Fish as the most likely replacement in Ann Arbor at 40%. Dillingham is a little behind him at 22%. BetOnline previously had bettable odds on this topic as recently as Saturday morning, but they have since been taken down. The Red Wings called up left winger John Leonard from the Grand Rapids Griffins this morning. Leonard has led the AHL in goals so far with 19 this year, helping the Griffins to a league-best 22-1 record. Detroit also sent down Eric Gustafsson. They will take on the Islanders tomorrow from Little Caesars Arena. Tonight, the Pistons are on the road taking on the Boston Celtics. Jeremy Otto has pregame coverage right here on 97.1 at 6:35. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, good Monday, everybody. It is Carson Anderson. Anderson is out. Stony is in. And good to have you with us, Stony, as always.
Great to be here.
Oh, I'm glad you think that.
Yes, absolutely.
What else is new in your world? Anything this weekend exciting, Stony?
I was in Florida the last week, so the weather change was very abrupt.
What were you doing in Florida?
Just chilling, really.
Yeah.
Played a little pickleball. I was supposed to play golf on Thursday, but it got derailed because the SID from St. John said, well, we can have Patino available at this time only, which was my tee time. So I decided that Rick Patino was better. That's why we didn't.
For the Restore the Floor podcast?
Yes.
Which covers the Pistons?
Yes.
And
Coach Dennis Jenkins at Iona and St. John's. That's why we had him on. And he was good. Talked about, he said he actually signed a contract to be the head coach in Michigan.
Right.
So he was good to talk to.
What was the best Dennis story he has? And again, if you want to listen to the whole thing, Restore the Floor, the podcast.
Nothing in particular, but just the fact that he is, well, we see him now, like especially when he went through that, mini Linsanity run, as I like to call it, that he was always one of a guy who he talked about how all he wanted to do is work hard. All he cares about is winning, and he'll do anything to win. And he knew that from the get-go.
Mm-hmm. So. 248-539-9797. Mondays mean Champ and Chump. Get your Champ and Chump votes in. They're coming in hot and heavy. And lots to talk about after yesterday's game. There's really sort of a couple of ways we can approach the Lions game. One is, the micro, what happened on the field yesterday, why they lost that game. And there's a number of important factors that can be pointed out and discussed. And then two is the macro, where they sit right now, suboptimal. Although, we're not wish casting to think that they can make the playoffs still. They are favored the next 2 weeks. The Bears are underdogs the next 2 weeks. Those point spreads can change based upon outcomes this weekend, but CBS Sports has all the games and their lines in the future. And so the Lions very well could win the next two, and somewhat expected for them to win the next two, and it's actually expected for the Bears to lose the next two. We don't need them to lose two. We need them to lose one.
Mm-hmm.
But the goal to get to the last week with a shot, it's still intact. We're not asking for a miracle.
No,
the part that might be asking for a miracle is for Green Bay to lose the Baltimore game and open up the door to win the division.
Yeah, that might maybe make it a little easier. That was tough to watch. Look, the reason I don't think they're going to do it is because of the way. Look, they've played, win one, lose one, win one, lose one, win one, lose one. So long as I just don't see them winning 3 in a row, no matter who the opponent is, with the way they are playing defense against the run. It's just hellacious. And if you even want to project, okay, we'll beat the Steelers, maybe we'll get revenge against the Vikings, even though they shredded them on the ground with 142 yards. You think they're going to go into Chicago and you'd see the way the Bears run the football like they did against Philly in Philly? Right. Well, what gives us any inkling that this team can stop the run? We're looking for Aleem McNeil on milk cartons now. I never thought I'd say that sentence when he came back. He has done nothing, really. That front seven has been so disappointing, let alone the secondary, the Legion of whom, because they got nobody, all the injuries. And the one guy who came back from being injured, DJ Reed, stinks right now.
Well, I mean, what could change? You aren't facing a Bears team with Matthew Stafford at quarterback and two elite wide receivers. They have good talent, but you can maybe gang up on the run a little bit more against Chicago than you could the Rams.
That's true.
And, the Rams are a complete offense right now. They are run blocking well, pass protecting well. Their quarterback is slinging it. Their wide receivers are catching it. Their backup tight ends are getting open, and they got two running backs that can hurt you. You don't need anything else. They got it all, and that's the way they're operating.
Right.
If you're playing Caleb Williams, you probably have a different approach than you did against Matthew Stafford in that passing attack.
They have good tight ends.
And so at the end of the day, what makes me think is that the Bears' offense isn't as complete as the Rams' offense.
True.
Now, that doesn't mean, Lions are clearly going to win that game. I'm just saying that's why I think they got a shot.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Thug Aim on Twitch just said Stony was a Florida man. Yes, last week Stony was a Florida man. Now he's got to be leery of Florida man. What Florida man is capable of.
Exactly.
All right, let's get back to your phone calls, and we go to MG in Troy, who's been patient and is next. Hello, MG.
Hey, guys. Chump of the week is caller Jeff from Shelby. I would love for him to talk to Titans fans and see how they feel about watching Vrabel take the Patriots back to their glory, as we just willy-nilly talk about firing Dan Campbell, which is the most insane call I've ever heard in my life. I'm giving you guys champ of the week because you're doing God's work, even just taking that call. I don't even know how you made it through it. It was unbelievable. And then just one other point. Being a fan is all about being crazy, far right, far left. I mean, that guy, to me, just really outdid it. But, I do think the truth really sits in the middle. And, Stony, you were mentioning this earlier, and I'll just kind of throw it out there to you guys. Brad Holmes understands that Brad Holmes understands that Jared Goff needs pieces around him. And when he gets those pieces, when he has time in the pocket, when he has a run game, he performs, I think most people would agree, at an elite level. Top 5 numbers in the NFL, leading the NFL in passing touchdowns, just incredible. I think Brad Holmes has to realize that he has the Jared Goff of the defense in Aiden Hutchinson, who is an incredible talent, who plays more reps, I believe, percentage of snaps at defensive end than almost anyone out there because we don't have another option. And if you just gave him some suitable help to complement that other defensive end. And again, I'm not recommending going and getting a Micah Parsons. Lions fans are hungry for us to be Howie, what's the guy,
Roseman.
the Eagles GM's name? Yeah, we all want to do what the Packers do, and we all want to do what the Eagles do. And the Packers and the Eagles are all of one game better than us in record. And the Packers don't have a first-round draft pick until 2035. So, I don't think we have to do that. But, my God, you have a Jared Goff on your defense. Meaning if you just gave him a little help, we could be talking about Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett impact. And I think that's where the middle ground is that going into next year, it's on Holmes to make sure that Goff has what he needs to be elite and that Aiden has what he needs to be elite, and then our team can be elite.
Well, there's no question that this is going to be a fascinating offseason, regardless of what happens in the next few weeks. They'll have contract extensions to talk about, and that might dominate their priority list.
Like Branch, Laporta, and Gibbs, right?
Yeah. That probably will dominate their priority list. But at the end of the day, they have to decide if they're going to keep everyone, if they're going to wait and see how Branch returns.
How much they have to figure they have to restructure Goff if they're going to make any, signings of any note. Right?
Yeah. But there's no doubt that this defense needs help. And while the offense could use improvement in places, they're still leading the NFL in scoring.
Right.
248-539-9797. Fred in West Bloomfield is next. Hello, Fred.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Okay.
That's good. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
We can look at all the possibilities and scenarios that could get the Lions in the playoffs and all of that. But I'm a true believer that, if you get to the playoffs, you want to have a legitimate chance to win it all. Mm-hmm. That they don't have at all. The last 2 years they kind of blew it, San Francisco when they had that collapse in the second half. And that game yesterday was kind of a resemblance of that game. where they just came out in the second half and they up 24-14 and then just blew it and got outscored 17-0 before they done anything, And I think they have too many holes on this team. One of their strong points yesterday was supposed to be, hey, they could run the ball. They couldn't do that. And then it's so many holes on that defense. You just throw the ball down the field and them guys are falling all over themselves. They're missing assignments and they get burned every week, with deep passes, because them guys back there looking like the Keystone Cops. And it's just bad across I don't think Dan Campbell needs to be fired. That guy who was talking all that crazy talk, he lost his mind for a minute there. But I think that they need a lot of work. At the trade deadline, they didn't do some things they should have done. So getting into the playoffs is really, not even something that I'm pulling for because they're not going to beat anybody, and they're gonna have to go on the road and win some games.
Yeah,
so,
I guess Fred, it's fair. I can understand why there'd be skepticism. They're 2-4 against the NFC playoff field right now.
Right.
Last year at this time, Washington was a playoff bubble team. They qualified. They won 2 road playoff games, including coming in and beating the number 1 seed. It's not impossible. The question is, can they get back to the best version of themselves?
Right.
And I don't know that to be the case. But I'll tell you what, I'm not giving up on Dan Campbell, nor the leadership with this team, which has been pretty strong.
No, they look, if they get in, they'll certainly give it a go. But you can't honestly look at this team and say, yeah, this is a Super Bowl team. They're not.
No, if they win the next 3, including a win in Chicago, I'll take my chances that they can make some noise in the postseason.
I just don't think their defense is playoff caliber. But that's,
Well,
that's because I'm the
playoff
doctor
caliber,
of realism.
Super Bowl caliber. Doctor of realism. Aren't you special?
Yes.
Stoney's
well,
the doctor.
Jennifer last night, she was the doctor of positivity. So I said, I'm just the doctor of realism. My eyes, thanks to Dr. Yaldo, tell me that this is not a real good football team.
Way to slip in the client promotion.
Yeah, what the
248-539-9797, 97.1. Michigan Auto Law. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize. They focus on many different areas of the law. You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Michigan Auto Law has the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Michigan Auto Law, you want to check them out. If you've ever been in an accident, if you're in an accident in the future, call our guy Steve and his crew over there. They are the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Harsh, Stony in for Gator. Happy Monday, everybody. Hey, we're almost to the holiday. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Lisa is in Detroit and next. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, how are you?
We're great, Lisa. How are you?
I'm doing well. I just wanted to call because I just wanted to discuss the whole firing Dan Campbell thing.
Jeff and Shelby?
I think that's probably the most ridiculous thing I've heard all season. To fire Dan Campbell is definitely not the way to go. I mean, he's transformed the Lions from what they were completely before he got to this team. I mean, are we going to be talking about firing Andy Reid next because the Chiefs didn't have the season this year that they had last year? I don't think so. It's ridiculous. And then I got to talk about the Parkinson touchdown as well. Are we really calling that a touchdown?
No, it was a bad call, but the ball should have been spotted at the 1 yard line, and it wouldn't have made a difference. They weren't going to stop him anyway.
Yeah, I just think that's crazy that they're calling that a touchdown when Isaiah Likely for the Ravens catches the ball in the end zone, takes 2 steps, and the defender knocks the ball out of his hands, and it gets ruled incomplete. So I just feel like that it's not the coach. It's not the coach. It's the plays, and we got to get the ball out of Jared's hands. He's taking too long to get rid of the ball, and we need to get back to playing football, not running around on the field like we don't know what we're doing. This isn't the season that we had last year, and people need to realize that nobody's having the season in the NFL that they had last year.
Well, when you say running around, I assume you're talking about the defense. Defensively, there is a long way to go to be a complete defense. The answer could be in-house if you stay healthy, but they got to keep working on depth, and they might need some scheme things. Like, the closer and closer I get to it, the more I realize what I don't know, and we can see the results on the field. I don't know why they gave up 41 and couldn't come up with any critical stops, why they kept giving up 3rd and 4th downs. I don't know why they did, but I'll tell you what, you're not going to win a lot of football games with that kind of result defensively, and they whether it's Calvin Shepard or it's just not going to get corrected this year and it's incumbent on Brad Holmes to bring people in for Calvin to work with, or if they decide to go another direction, whatever. Ultimately, that defensive performance yesterday, we knew the Rams were going to do – look, they were going to do some things offensively. They are right now operating in a way that could win them the Super Bowl. Right now, here in the middle of December. Come middle of January, if the Lions are still around – can they find a gear that they can give teams problems defensively? Because with this offense, you don't need to shut people out. You don't need to keep them in single digits. Hell, you don't need to keep them under 20. You can win games. You just need to find 2-3 stops.
Yeah.
2-3 stops. The Rams went interception, touchdown, punt, field goal, touchdown, punt, touchdown. One more stop could be different. 2 more stops could be hugely different. But hey, it's a nuts thing here, but ifs and buts, thing here.
Yes.
But interesting mixing of metaphors. Mm-hmm. The bottom line is the field goal attempt is such a huge stat for this defense. And they made Dallas try 5 of them. Right?
Yeah.
If this defense, again, that's a huge, stiff it up in the red zone, make them try field goals, not have them kick an extra points. That's how this defense can be better. And what if they play the Rams in the postseason? The Rams don't have Devontae Adams. Who knows?
Right.
Then that offense isn't clicking on all cylinders. But, hey, look. The Lions got a lot of work to do. Mike in Ray Township. What's up, Mike?
I just wanted to say I've been a fan since 1966. Jeff in Shelby Township, I think he's a bandwagon fan. I mean, a 15-2 season, that was the best season I'd ever seen as a Lions fan. And I have faith in Dan Campbell and the management.
Okay, I don't agree, obviously, but his argument wasn't has he done anything. His argument was he can't win a Super Bowl.
Oh, I think we can. I think he can. I mean, in the bad call, I just want to mention the bad call. Like you said, they were going to get it anyway. Well, anything could happen. They could have fumbled the ball. He could have threw another interception, but you don't get that chance when you get a bad call.
Well, that's true.
He didn't get into the end zone.
But it undermines the credibility of the entire process when you see something like that.
Well, yeah, the refs have undermined themselves. It's just getting worse. I mean, as a Lions fan this long, I've seen some bad calls against us. I mean, but I don't know where we go with the officiating, because I thought that's what the instant replay was for. And I need cataracts taken off of both eyes, and I could see he was down. You know what I mean? Before he got in the end zone. I mean, come on, you know?
Really weird.
Like you said, when we need somebody to come on and explain the rule to us, I know I got taken. You know what I mean?
Well, their explanation was, what?
Yeah.
They called that a touchdown?
Yeah. I mean, come on. So, anyway, I think you guys do a great job. I'm going to get off the phone now and continue listening. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
A lot of great points. 248-539-9797. Juan is next. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey, Juan.
First, I want to give my champ to Michigan basketball. I watched them guys for the first time the other day, and when they was down 8, they kept their composure, and they came back and have spectacular. But with that being said, my chump has to go to the Detroit Lions defense. I mean, yesterday, I think the Lions was playing great until how many play action pass Stanford did? I mean, he literally play action 75% of his passing plays. Play action, play. I'm like, you can't dial up a corner blitz or some type of blitz. I mean, this guy's telling you I'm play action. So the chump definitely goes to Lions defense, but I want to make a bold prediction. And only if one thing happens. I believe Lions still and will win the division if Chicago beats Green Bay this weekend coming up. I really believe we still can win the division. So that's my bold prediction. Lions can win the division only if Chicago beats Green Bay, because I think 49ers can beat Green Bay, and I think Baltimore can beat Green Bay, and the 49ers can beat Chicago, and we'll be all for the chips of Detroit versus Chicago.
So, Juan, you're not even just talking about making the playoffs. You're talking about winning the division.
Winning in the division. I can see it happening. I mean, like I talked to you guys last week, I'm a sports betting guy. I looked at odds. I look at the odds for we like plus 1,200 to win it. Or of course, I'm putting a few dollars on it. But it's only if Chicago beats Green Bay. If Chicago beats Green Bay, they both have to face Baltimore and 49ers the following week, which I don't think is going to be an easy task.
Who knows what's going to happen with Green Bay with the Micah injury?
Right.
And, I mean, this week, between Micah and Patrick Mahomes. Now, I realize Kansas City isn't a player.
Done,
I keep seeing more and more evidence. This is a whole other topic. Go back to 16 games. Add a second bye. And the Thursday night games with the quick turnaround, they are doing so much that push the players more and more and more. Less recovery time.
They don't care, Doug. It's just
they should.
You're going to get your second bye, but you're going to get it with 18 games.
They should.
Of course they should.
And if they care about the quality of the product, 2 marquee players, 2 more were lost this weekend, and it's becoming worse and worse of an epidemic. And look.
Well, what's interesting is that both those injuries had nothing to do with artificial turf either. They were both non-contact injuries. They were both on grass.
248-539-9797. At some point, I would love to see somebody make a decision that's in the best interest of the quality of the sport. Somebody, please, hold on. Somebody at some point is going to say enough in some leadership role in some league and not make a decision that's based exclusively on money, where suddenly you've got the rowing team from Oregon flying to State College, Pennsylvania, because that makes sense.
What sport do you think it's going to happen first?
Where a league does something. You know what league? I'll tell you which. I'll tell you which league that I'm starting to have more belief in leadership is the NHL. Their current CBA, they signed it a year out. The collective bargaining agreement, they didn't let it tick down. They negotiated and got it done well before there would be a chance of a work stoppage.
They want to have 80. Bettman wants to have 84 games. He wants to add 2 games there.
I'm just telling you, that to me is the biggest. We don't talk about it enough because work stoppages, I almost come to expect them.
Right.
The NHL signed their new CBA like a year out.
Baseball, I would say maybe not, but they are so money hungry. But at least they got the pitch clock and that thing done, which has basically saved the sport.
It's done it. Yeah, that's been a good one. Yeah. 248-539-9797, 97.1. Somebody on social media had asked me, with Dillingham and DeBoer saying what they said publicly, who do I think the next Michigan coach is? And I don't know who the next Michigan coach is. I will say this. Don't put too much stock in what people say publicly.
True.
Yep.
Especially Dillingham, who hasn't signed that extension that's been on his desk for a little bit either.
I mean, I will say, I will make this prediction. Michigan will not get Kalen DeBoer and Kenny Dillingham. Will not get them both.
Even though they have the same initials.
I think that there is a...
are there any other KDs around?
Just keep an open mind. Keep an open mind.
Kevin Durant's a football fan.
And unless Kalen DeBoer signs an extension between now and Friday, and one or both of these coaches might be using Michigan to improve their current situation, and that's part of it. But don't assume right away when somebody makes some sort of public statement that it means they're completely out. 248-539-9797.
So is Ward the one who's going to be the hire, or because there's no president, there's an interim president?
Well,
how's that?
I don't know.
Okay.
But and I have major concerns about leadership at all levels.
Right.
With that said, I was a bit surprised at the enthusiasm with which candidates reached out, or their people reached out. So, because it hasn't apparently slowed down momentum. We'll see if they get the hire right.
And then the other thing is, if
I know what's going to happen. Sorry, when they hire him, some people are going to claim huge victories, and others are going to claim that they're doomed.
Right.
Yeah,
well,
so
I mean, I know you guys talked about this a lot last week. So, but after he does hire him, they next is up. Should Ward should be fired too? Because I know you're in a precarious position, but all the things that have gone on. He's done some really good things, obviously, some really good hires, but and it's not just football; it's the multi-sports that there have been problems, and basically the whole athletic department needs a freaking enema.
Well, I think there's a reason there's an investigation going on right now. 248-539-9797. Donald in West Virginia is next on 97.1. Hello, Donald.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
What's up?
Hey, Bud Campbell. Look, I love Campbell. Great coach. He is. But we're not the same old Lions. We got to get over. The honeymoon's over. He's a good coach. He needs to get a defensive coordinator. Go after Schwartz. Go after Spagnuolo. Get whatever they want. Offense, you get any offensive coordinator you want.
Wait. Did you say go after Schwartz?
Jim Schwartz.
Okay.
Yeah, Jim Schwartz.
For defensive coordinator. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. Offense coordinator, you get anybody you want. Anybody who runs this offense has a head coaching job guaranteed. Now, the only thing I have on Campbell is after this year, if he doesn't do anything, I think he's gone. Look at Tampa. They fired Tony Dungy, got Gruden. They won a Super Bowl. Sometimes you have to do it. I love Campbell. I wanted to win a Super Bowl with us. I would love it, but
when you say if he doesn't do anything, what do you mean by what is the definition of not doing anything?
If he doesn't bring in a great defensive coordinator.
Okay.
Our team is great. Our defense is great. We don't have schemes. They don't run different schemes.
The defense is great?
Hold on. You think the defensive players we have make a great defense?
Without the injuries, yes, but we still have Hutch. We still have Campbell. We still have Andaloni. We still have DJ Reed. Like, we have players. I mean, look, Joseph is hurt.
So you said you mean Reed's been looking awful.
You mean after you're talking about this offseason, if he doesn't move on from Calvin Shepard, he should be fired. Am I hearing you correctly?
If the defense is still the same, if we keep Calvin Shepard and the defense stays the same, we don't do anything, I think he needs to go. We need a defensive coordinator.
I'm struggling with your definitions here. What do you mean if the defense stays the same? You mean if they don't change personnel?
Yeah, I'm just saying Shepard. He's a good guy, but the defense just ain't playing up to what it should be. I guess the team figured him out in the second half because look at last game. Complete opposite game. Every receiver is having a major day against us. If CeeDee Lamb didn't get hurt, I think we would have lost against Dallas.
Well, I mean, if Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch don't get hurt, Donald, how much better is the defense?
Oh, it's way better, but everybody.
So don't use the CeeDee Lamb thing and say they would have lost this game if this guy didn't get hurt. Look, so if they don't get rid of Calvin Shepard this offseason, he thinks Dan Campbell should be fired, and then he added or changed the defense. So you either get rid of Calvin Shepard or upgrade the personnel. Is that what you meant?
He's probably saying if he doesn't change defensive coordinators and the defense looks as bad next year under Shepard.
That's a different thing. I don't know if it would lead to him getting fired. No. It depends on how many games they win and lose. But I don't think he's like close to getting fired. Why are we getting so many?
Because we had this one idiot. Excuse me, Jeff. You're not an idiot. You're just wrong.
Bob is in Shelby. Oh, another call from Shelby, where Jeff called from. Hi, Bob.
Oh, I knew that was coming. I want to thank you for your open-mindedness.
No, you're good.
On the table right now, I don't know Jeff. I've never met Jeff, and I don't share his views. Yeah. Hey, Stony, if you want to chill, there's no need to go to Florida. I went out to get the mail this morning. When I got back, I was perfectly chilled. Yeah, but
I get you.
No, that's not what I'm calling. Yeah, but no, I mean, what no one's mentioned, well, the previous caller did, as far as losing both, right? Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn in the same year. I mean, unlike the players where it's the next man up, I don't think you can do that with the coordinators. And the fact that Dan Campbell had to take over the play calling, I think it puts a lot of pressure on the system. I really do.
It does. Well, he obviously hired the wrong offensive coordinator, although John Morton still speaks to the media once every week as the de facto offensive coordinator who doesn't call plays during the game.
So, I mean, and the other thing is, as far as, you don't have a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs whose top speed is 22 miles an hour and running between the tackles. I think that would be more of Monty's. No, I'm no offensive coordinator. I'm not campaigning for the job, but you got to gear it. And lastly, I don't know why, but the last two seasons, our secondary has just been absolutely decimated.
I know.
I mean, and with a limited pass rush, that just doesn't make for a good situation. So
no, you played yesterday. You played yesterday without your two safeties, Branch and Joseph. You played without Arnold. One of your backups, Harper, he didn't play either. I mean, you can't win games consistently when you have that many injuries to one unit, especially when and we're talking about the secondary, especially when your front seven is like a sieve to the running game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be intrigued to see, how they approach teams that aren't defensively, how they look defensively against a team that isn't firing on all cylinders. The Rams are firing on all cylinders, and maybe that ended yesterday when Devontae Adams came up lame. That could cost them down the road. But there's huge games coming up. Okay. FGA, man. When you're a bad defense, that becomes a huge stat, forcing field goal attempts.
Yes.
And it's a huge differentiator. It's all you can ask out of a defense that is got on the field what they've got on the field right now.
Please hold them to 3, please.
Yes.
We did that a lot yesterday.
I don't know if we have to sound like, groveling and on the edge of tears, Stony, but yes. Yeah. T on a cell. Hi, T. T, are you there? T? We'll circle back to T. Who do we got next here? Dave and Warren, you're on 97.1. Hi, Dave. Dave, are you there?
We've got a problem with our...
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, I'm not calling to defend Jeff and Shelby, but maybe just a little bit different take on it. He kept with the 5 years, and you got to fire Dan. I'm not a big Dan Campbell fan. I think he makes a lot of coaching errors yesterday. Why didn't we take a timeout there at the end of the game before the 2-minute warning?
That cost them about 12, maybe one play. You're right. That was
it cost them about 30 seconds, Stony. I think there was 29 seconds actually. But anyways, what I'm calling about is
you're right. You're right, though, and that was a bad timeout. I agree there.
And then even when he threw what did he try to do? Challenge a previous play? What we lose? Whatever happened there, but that's not what I'm calling about. Sorry, I'm out of breath here. I equate it to what he was saying to the Red Wings with Brian Wilson, okay? And Brian Wilson did a great job, and we had some deep runs into playoffs.
Brian Murray.
Brian Murray. I'm sorry. Brian Murray.
They were talking about the Beach Boys there for a second.
Yeah, there you go. But he didn't take us to the Stanley Cup, didn't get us the Cup. At what point, and this is year 5 with Dan Campbell, at what year, next year, do you say, well, maybe Dan isn't the guy? Thanks for what you've done, and
it depends how this year finishes and next year finishes. Look, Dave, I think it's a reasonable expectation to have a team that looks like they can win the Super Bowl. The last 2 years they did. This year they do not. If they have a team that looks like they can win the Super Bowl next year, whether they win it or not, I am not firing him. In fact, I'm probably not firing him if they even look like this Now, he'll be on the bit of a hot seat after that.
At what point, though, again, it's 2025. There's a lot of coaches out there that don't get 5 years. Let's face it.
Yeah, I guess, Dave, you asked the question, at what point I'm so far away from it, I'm not even really considering it. It could happen, but I'm not legitimately considering it. I don't know why these Fire Dan Campbell calls keep coming in. Look, if you want me to say, if things get incredibly crappy next year, terrible, would I consider it? I suppose. I think this team's a long way away from being terrible.
Yeah.
But, I mean, are we
right?
Why do these calls keep coming in?
He is right, though. Campbell should have called a timeout. He called a second timeout with 2:37 left, and then they ran a play. The L.A. ran a play, and then the 2-minute warning. And instead of using the timeout there before the 2-minute warning, he waited till afterwards. So it cost them maybe one play, one or two plays by the Rams.
You go around the country, things get criticized by the fan bases all the time are clock management and play calling.
Oh, I'm big on malfeasance.
Yeah, but the play calling stuff, you call hundreds of plays in a season. You're not going to get them all right.
Correct. And sometimes those plays, as we talked about earlier, are changed at the line of scrimmage by the quarterback.
Yes. But I'm just... are we really doing this? Are we really taking Fire Dan Campbell calls? Or at what point? Why is even this? Let's start the discussion. Like, Dan wants to start the discussion about firing Dan Campbell.
No,
when do we?
No,
we're not at a. Let's even start the discussion.
You ready? He's not Coach of the Year this year.
97.1. Hey, the FanDuel Sportsbook app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 25% profit boost on same-game parlays. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 25% profit boost on same-game parlays, if that's your thing, on Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to bet on the game, any bet, whether it be money line, whether you just want to play the point spread, or take advantage of this offer. 25% profit boost, Monday night, same game parlay. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. The opt-in is required to take advantage of any profit boost token. Make sure you don't forget to do that. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and maximum wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Here we go. Feedback. He doesn't know the rules. He doesn't do halftime adjustments. He doesn't have good play calls, and he gets confused in pressure situations. What makes him a good coach? He should be fired. So, look, what makes him a good coach? I don't know. All the winning that they've done under him. I mean, don't take the winning for granted. From an unnamed texter, these fans are the very definition of fanatic, claiming that the players are great and that Campbell needs to be gone if they don't win with them. This is crazy. They have talent, but they're not great, and I feel they overachieve. Look, there's some talent deficiencies on defense right now. If they were totally healthy and this is what it looked like, I'd actually be way more concerned about the defense than I am as it stands right now. But they're not. The question is, will they ever be? You're never going to be totally healthy. But boy, do we need some good luck.
Yeah, that'll be nice.
Yeah.
And the Red Wings need lottery luck, too. I mean, come on.
Yeah, well. 248-539-9797. My champ is Matthew Stafford for making the right decision to get out of Detroit. My chump is Sheila Ford for not realizing that Ben Johnson should be leading the Lions and not Dan Campbell. That's from James.
Oh, so you wanted Sheila Ford last year to sit there and say, you know what, before you go somewhere, I'm going to fire Dan Campbell, and you're going to be the head coach. Okay.
I can't believe how much this is coming in. Dan Campbell.
Okay. Is he the greatest coach in the world? No. Is he a great coach? No. Right. During games, he's made a lot of questionable decisions. There's no doubt about that. But he's the right guy for this team right now. He is. And unfortunately, he hired a subpar offensive coordinator. I think he's done a decent job of calling the plays, meaning Campbell. And we'll see what happens next year. I think, look. Not to say that they can't win all 3 games in a row. I don't think they will. But looking ahead to the future for a second, if this team continues to go down from where they went from 15 to whatever they're going to end up with this year, let's say it's 10 or 11, and next year they're even worse, yeah, then you have to start considering some things, but not now.
I can't say that I would never feel to be in the position to start the fire Dan Campbell discussions. I can't say that I will never be there, but I think doing it right now is absurd. I think it's absolutely absurd.
Look, there are some people who believe that Buffalo should have fired Marv Levy for going to 4 straight Super Bowls and not winning.
Well,
whatever.
I go back to the belief. Well, 2 things. Again, people are proving they have incredibly high standards,
right?
And that's always important in this forum. But secondly, is realistically, I think if you're in the mix every year, you're doing a good job. Now, if there's something about you that is well-defined that you cannot win big games, and they've won a ton of big games under Dan Campbell, a ton of them, including 2 playoff games in the same season, mind you,
right?
Which hadn't happened in my lifetime. Those were big games. But they get missed. I guess once you win a game, it's no longer big.
No, it's only big when you lose.
Ron in Detroit, you're next. Hi, Ron.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey.
So I have a couple of observations. First one is, what did we think Matt Stafford, Devontae Adams, and Puka Nacua were going to do against us with 3 of our 4 starters out?
Ron,
Yeah, they're going to have a field day.
I am, Ron, I am not a very good wagerer, but I did a parlay of the Rams and the over. Yes, because the Lions have a poor secondary. What I didn't expect, and I should have, was they would be able to run the damn ball up our throats. That's the thing was more disappointing than anything else.
Okay, but a big part of the running thing is, so they ran a lot of play action. That being said, because we had all these backups playing in the secondary, how often did our linebackers have to drop into coverage as opposed to being able to send our linebackers into those holes and send our linebackers to put pressure on Stafford? So you're basically depending on a 4-man rush all game long because they're
you couldn't. The Rams present a lot of problems, Ron, because you can't gang up on one thing. They can hurt you in a variety of ways. The way that they are playing right now. We'll see how long Davante Adams is out, and if the Rams are a problem in the postseason, if the Lions face the Rams, first of all, I'll love it because it means they made it.
Yeah.
And it probably means they're playing in the second round. But if Davante Adams isn't playing, maybe you can gang up on Puka Nacua then and hope that Tutu Atwell doesn't kill you.
Well, Atwell and then Parkinson. Yeah. Like you're gonna need your safeties or at least Branch back.
Well, Branch
is done. It would be
back.
Kirby Joseph would be
Joseph.
the one.
I wouldn't doubt. Look, let's not worry about the playoffs right now because they're not there. This is just the Rams. And if you want to take solace, I don't. The Rams, most people consider the best team in the National Football League. And the Lions lost on the road to them by 7 points. I ain't taking solace in that, but you might
It wasn't embarrassing. Like, it wasn't an embarrassing loss.
No.
But Will's in Detroit and next. Hello, Will. Oh, sorry. There you go. Hey, Will.
Guys, Stony and Duck. Good afternoon, Stony and Duck. My guys, how y'all doing?
Good.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, great point, Stony. I mean, I was on hold. Who really do we fear? Who is dominant in the NFL this year? I know the Lions had their gaps on defense, but there's really not that team. It's anybody's league, man. To go for it. And I know, Doug, you made a point about the defense. You know, we definitely have our holes. Think about the playoff game last year. Goff didn't turn the ball over 4 times, and I put the 5th one when J-Mo threw the pass on Goff. We still make the NFC Championship game with all the holes in the defense we had last year. So even a good point to yesterday's game, we got 7 points from Hutchinson interception. That was from the defense. I know the defense has gaps all over the place. But the offense, I mean, the defense with the 4th and 8th, that was a great catch by Puka Nacua. Almost started them on that 13-play drive. Offense come back, they're going 3 and out. So if the offense isn't going to put points up, they do need to move the chains sometimes to get that defensive break because they didn't do that yesterday.
Well, the beginning of the second half, I wonder if Dan Campbell, in an honest moment, and would say, I struggle at the beginning of the second half. Chris Shula, their defensive coordinator, did something that forced the 3 punts.
Right.
Because that's where the game, they went from they weren't in control, but they were leading to being down 2 scores pretty quickly because they couldn't move the ball for 3 series. And that might be a coaching thing. I don't try and coach a team, but that was 3 really good series defensively for the Rams.
Definitely not trying to fire Dan. I mean, I think too.
Hey, sorry, we're up against a break here. I apologize, but we got to get to a break. Coming up here on Carson Anderson, more of your phone calls and feedback as people are venting today on this Monday following a frustrating loss. I know you want to talk about some Quinn Hughes stuff, so we'll do that next hour as well. Here on Carson Anderson, Gator in for Anderson on 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Chiles says he will enter the transfer portal when the window opens up in January. Chiles originally transferred to MSU from Oregon State following head coach Jonathan Smith to East Lansing. This past year was riddled by multiple injuries, including a concussion, as Chiles was eventually benched towards the end of the year in favor of Alessio Milivojevic. Chiles has 1 year of eligibility remaining. Also in the news today for Michigan State, Tony Paul of the Detroit News is reporting that MSU basketball is planning to schedule a game against a marquee opponent for Thanksgiving next year after the Lions game. The Lions and Spartans both had record-setting viewership numbers on national television this past Thanksgiving, but the Spartans played their game down in Florida. They're bringing it to downtown Detroit next year. The Grand Rapids Griffins have started the season winning 22 of their first 23 games, but now they're losing the AHL's top goal scorer in John Leonard. The Red Wings called up Leonard this morning while also sending down Eric Gustafson to the Griffins. Todd McClellan also said moments ago that Patrick Kane tweaked an upper body injury in Chicago on Saturday and will miss the next 2 games. That's why the Leonard move happens. And the good news for Detroit in their injury report on the hardwood is that it's pretty clean. All major contributors are healthy tonight as the Pistons are in Boston to take on the Celtics. Boston is also very healthy for tonight's game, which starts at 7 o'clock. Jeremy Otto has your pregame coverage here on 97.1 at 6:35. The last time Detroit faced Boston, the Celtics ended the Pistons' franchise record-tied 13-game winning streak. At the Carwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
It's got a social media feedback here from a listener.
Yeah.
On the Fire Dan Campbell calls. Mm-hmm. He said, wait, are we done firing Brad Holmes?
Well, look, I don't even want to go there. But all right, I brought it up. If you're going to ask me who deserves to be fired more, I'd say Holmes. But I don't want to fire him either.
Well, see, you can't resist.
I know.
Stoney, when stuff
I
pops into Stoney's mind.
All right, that's what happens.
And it just comes out.
Yes.
And oftentimes there are even stuff that is on topic.
Yeah, exactly.
Whatever pops into his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they're even relevant to the topic. Yes. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Samuel in Detroit. You're on 97.1. Hello, Samuel.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. Champ will be the other Detroit teams. Pistons, Red Wings, they did their thing. They're looking like they're going to have good seasons. Chump, Lions defense. While I still believe in the team, can't say that our defense doesn't need work. Needs a lot of work. And then I just want to vent. I'm so sick of all these fair weather fans calling, saying fire Campbell. I'm going to channel my inner Valenti. These fans are nothing but cat enthusiasts, all right? All right. Campbell is the best coach you have for this team. He's the best coach the Lions have ever had. These people need to grow up, and I can't say what I really want to say, but they need to grow up, right? I'm sick of hearing all the calls of fire Campbell.
Well, I guess losses bring stuff out. This season may go down as a disappointment. Not all progress is linear. You look at up and down seasons in Philly.
Yeah.
Like there have been some down seasons in Philly in between Super Bowl appearances and Super Bowl wins. It's hard to consistently win. You got to have enough talent and enough good coaching to be in that mix every year.
And you got to have enough good health too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but there was a caller, I don't know, like an hour ago or something. He made a point where if you get rid of Campbell, you think you're losing now, dude, you're going to lose even worse. And it's just going to be nonstop calls to fire whoever the next coach is going to be. Fire this person. Fire.
Well, there's a grace period with every coach, and in some people's mind, the grace period has ended here. Here's some feedback. No, don't fire Dan Campbell, but he needs to step up his game. He's definitely not untouchable or on a pedestal,
right?
As some may seem to think. Some may seem to make him out as a god. Look, I don't think we're anywhere close to these being discussion starters.
No.
Like at some point that may reach, but I don't know. These fans would be upset at how they won the Super Bowl if they ever win. This is ridiculous. Wait for a healthy team before you start judging everything. Dan and Hal, guys, coaches that don't get 5 years don't win 15 games in a single season. Are these callers serious? Jeff and Brighton, Dan Campbell's play calling got the Lions 34 points yesterday. If you would have told me that before the game, I would have said the Lions had a good chance to win.
And they did have a decent chance to win.
They did have a decent chance to win. I mean, the biggest problem was lack of stops defensively, and it's, stiffening in the red zone, holding them to field goals.
And they had those, and they didn't have a lot of penalties. They had 4, and 2 of them were very costly.
Yep. 248-539-9797. There is breaking news from the NFL. According to Ian Rappaport, Micah Parsons has indeed torn his ACL. He is out for the rest of the season.
That sucks. I like Micah Parsons a lot. I wanted the Lions to draft him instead of Penei Sewell. That would have been a mistake. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Sewell pretty damn good.
All right, let's go to who do we got next here? Will on a cell. You're on 97.1. Hello, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you today?
Good, sir.
I just like the cut and dry. 8-6 is kind of unacceptable after being promised a Super Bowl. I mean, I say the window closed when we blew that 24-7 lead in San Francisco, man, because, we got the 15-2. It's great winning, but when it doesn't equate to – when it just equates to one and done in the playoffs, like against the Commanders –
oh, it sucks.
To go 8-6 after that, I mean, it's kind of disappointing. I've been watching this team my entire life, 34 years, and, it's almost like a tease. I'm not saying to fire Dan Campbell or Holmes. I say let them run out their contract. Unless Ben takes it all the way this year, then I say can them. If Ben wins the Super Bowl this year, can them both.
Why?
Other than I say let them run out their contract.
Wait. Why if Ben wins the Super Bowl, can them both? They identified and hired Ben Johnson to be their offensive coordinator.
They saw a problem with their O-line, and they fixed it. They started out 0-2, and now they're 10-4.
Well, what does that have to do with the problems we're having
here? We've had
holes
in the O-line all year and have failed to even address it.
They drafted 2 offensive linemen.
Who, that bust Mahogany?
No.
He was bad on draft day. You see his highlight reel?
No, he was actually playing.
Look at the 2024 draft.
They drafted Ratledge, and they drafted Frazier, and they drafted 2 more the year before.
They left him, Ratledge and
2024
Frazier.
draft. Who was on the field from them yesterday? That's all I got to say, man.
The 24 Mahogany got hurt. Did you watch him play last year in the National Football League? Not the BC draft reel? Mahogany's not a bust. He got hurt.
If Ben Johnson wins the Super Bowl, fire Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. Is that for real?
Look, the Bears did a great job in the offseason, not only hiring Ben Johnson, but Ben Johnson convincing Ryan Poles to go get an offensive line because Ben Johnson knows how important an offensive line is to that offense, to his offense.
And don't say they didn't address something. They might not have gotten the best guys. Like there's reason to have some questions about some of the draft picks for sure. But it's not like they ignored it.
Right. I mean, you could argue that they should have seen the Ragnow thing coming earlier, maybe drafted somebody a little earlier, like the year before drafted an offensive lineman. Like the guy there was an offensive lineman who was picked right after Terry and Arnold. But you could sit and pick apart every draft. I mean, I did. In fooling around, I said, they should have drafted Nakua instead of Corby Sorsdahl.
Well, I mean, look, we could drive ourselves crazy.
That's what I mean.
The net of the drafts and the coaching has been pretty good. It won't be forever if they keep This isn't a referendum on the Lions.
No.
Nobody is or should be on the hot seat. Well, between Holmes and Campbell.
No, not yet.
Stacy in Commerce, you're on 97.1. Hi, Stacy.
Good afternoon. Good show, guys.
Is it?
Full disclosure, I am a Packers fan. So that being said, I think, Dan, there's a saying that it's not the load that breaks you, it's how you carry it. And I think the loss of the coordinators for Dan took him out a little further than he's a little further on the branches than he thought. I also want to go back to when we saw the schedule and then the predictions.
Yeah.
I remember the 10-7. I remember the 11-6. I remember we're still not far off of that pace.
That's what I was. I was 11-6.
Yeah, so that still could happen. Being favored in both of those other games, and if you got a chip in a chair, you're still in.
Well, look, I don't want to get carried away with this. I always think the one thing about Vegas is they help set unbiased and realistic expectations. The Lions, going into this season, their win total was 10.5.
Right.
They are trending to be right on that line.
Yes.
So going into the season, this is based upon the schedule and your roster. They have the second highest win total in the NFL. There were some teams that had 11.5 win totals. The Lions were 10.5. They're trending to be right where a realistic line was.
Right.
For an expectation.
Right. Now, fans aren't realists.
Nope. But this is one of the reasons why I don't, this isn't good forever. Not winning the Super Bowl isn't something I will endorse forever.
No.
But not giving up on Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes is starting to feel like I'm making some bold statement.
No.
That we shouldn't fire him.
No. There need to be some adjustments, but not firings.
They also need some luck. I mean, they haven't had their share of luck with the injuries. Guys are going to get hurt. You're going to have season-ending injuries. It does feel like we've had an inordinate amount the last couple of years.
Yep.
248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Stony in for Anderson on 97.1. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go now to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household, 10,000 miles per year, plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. Feedback. The injury excuse is not as valid as many would think. It's only a factor because of the lack of depth caused in large part due to the last two drafts being awful. That's on Holmes. Next text. If they don't draft a tackle in the first round next season, I'll be disappointed. Don't let the same thing happen to Taylor Decker that did with Frank. Next text. If the Red Wings make the playoffs, you got to fire Dan Campbell. That's from Scott Carlton. Do you want to get to the Quinn Hughes thing now that you want to mention?
Yeah, we have the sound ready. Yeah.
Okay.
As everybody knows, a lot of people around here wanted the Red Wings to get Quinn Hughes, a great defenseman that they should have had a few years ago, but they opted on Philip Zadina at the draft. Thank you, Ken Holland. But he just was obviously made it known he was not going to sign an extension with the Vancouver Canucks when his contract was up at the end of next season. So the Canucks were going nowhere. They figured it's time and shopped him. And the Red Wings were considered a team that was interested, and I'm sure they were. And he was traded to the Minnesota Wild, who I think they gave up a boatload. They gave a number 1 pick in 26. They gave up a meddling prospect. They were one of their first round draft choice who hasn't been that great, Liam Ogrum. Marco Rossi, who's a really good player, even though he's undersized. And Boehm, the younger brother of
Zeev.
Yes, the younger brother of the Red Wings, Boehm. It's pronounced Boehm, I think. Anyway, who's a really, really good player. He is, I'm not saying he's going to be as good as Seider, but he's somewhere in between Seider and Evanson, category, so to speak. And so people were upset, why get the Red Wings, why give up? Well, they would to match that. You're talking, and I would have done Evans. Would you give up Evanson, Danielson, and let's say Nygaard and a number 1 pick for Quinn Hughes? However, there's no guarantee that Quinn Hughes is going to stay because everybody thinks he's going to end up in New Jersey to play with his brothers, Luke and Jack. Now, the Hughes boys, Quinn, he played at Michigan. They live here in Michigan during the summer, I believe on one of the lakes in Oakland County. So I just want you to hear what Quinn Hughes had to say about being a member of the Minnesota Wild. He was asked about, possibly staying.
All I heard was close to Michigan. Is that what I was supposed to hear? Is that why we played that?
And other teams didn't want to give up as much, and maybe that was the Red Wings, or maybe Vancouver didn't like the Red Wings package as much as they liked Minnesota's, which I understand why they liked Minnesota's.
Yeah. All I heard was close to Michigan. It's close to Michigan.
Yes.
You know what else is close to Michigan? The Red Wings.
Yeah.
They're very, very, very close to Michigan.
So it's disappointing, but it would also be disappointing to give up a haul and then him being here for a year or whatever, and then him not win the Stanley Cup, and then him go to New Jersey to play with his brothers.
Well, intriguing to say the least. I think the door is open for the Red Wings to get him with all they have to do is give up cap space.
True. Yeah. Well, look, and he's right. Their core, I mean, they got Kiprusoff is one of the best players. They got, Boldy, and there are other really good defensemen that they have. They have tons of really good players.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Brian, who put us on hold. Brian? He was on hold for a long time. Rudy in Detroit is next on 97.1. Hello, Rudy.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
What's up?
My champ is Dan Campbell, because he's feeling a lot of grief with these guys, especially these callers, man. It's sad. It's really sad. In Detroit, we've been beaten down, been rebuilding, and these people try to throw him under the bus. That's just sad. My chums are the callers that keep calling in, fire Dan Campbell. my next question is, with the offensive line, we should be drafting offensive line, but also with the quarterback. The Arizona quarterback, he's under contract, but what do you think about that?
You mean Kyler Murray?
Yeah, give him a shot here.
He's no. He hasn't proven anything. Maybe
because he's just like Joey Aaron, man. He's been through how many coordinators?
So wait a sec. Are you talking to bring him in as a backup?
Yeah, bring him in as a backup.
Oh, okay.
I do that.
I
do that.
Absolutely.
Yep.
I think we're talking about getting rid of Goff for him.
Now, I will say this. I will defend Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes against what I think is unfair or over-the-top criticism or emotional reactions to a loss. Mm-hmm. I also would not champ Dan Campbell. I would not make him champ of the weekend.
No. Absolutely not.
Jonathan and Wyandotte is next. Hello, Jonathan.
You have to know the rules.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. How you all doing?
What's up?
Hey, so I'm kind of on the outside looking in on this Michigan implant. Grew up a Pats fan. But my perspective on this, especially there was a guy earlier from Shelby Township. I couldn't remember his name because I thought his opinion was pretty irrelevant.
His name was Moron.
Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. So he was talking about wanting to bring back Jim Schwartz as a defensive coordinator and whatnot. And I have two things for that. Number one, this is Kelvin Shepard's first year as a defensive coordinator. He's been an offensive lines coach for his entire coaching career up to this point. Also, are we?
No, he hasn't. He was a defensive assistant last year. No. So.
Oh, you're right. You're right. My apologies on that. Again, outside looking in. But are we forgetting what Jim Schwartz did to the city of Detroit as far as coaching the Lions? I mean, he made the playoffs for the first time since '99, which I guess is a good thing. And he took over after an 0-16 season, which I guess you really can't get much worse than that. But I think if there's any coach that really we should be looking at is in the hot seat. I mean, is anybody looking sideways at Josh Schuler by any chance? Conditioning coach. I mean, that team's been absolutely riddled with injuries over the last two seasons.
I think anytime you have a bunch of injuries, people look at the strength and conditioning guys.
I hate that. That's a pet peeve of mine.
It happens with every fan base. If there is a problem with that, people get fired.
Right.
But is it strength and conditioning? I think it's more bad luck than anything.
Fire the nutritionist, damn it.
Yeah. And Calvin Shepard was never an offensive coach.
No.
Ever. He's only coached on the defensive side of the ball. 248-539-9797. We go to Greg in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Greg.
Hey, guys. Great show as always.
Thank you.
My concern is people are jumping the defense, but you do have to understand, man, they were out on that field before they even can take their helmets off and get settled in. They were on the field. And the biggest thing is, right before that half, I'm like, please, you got to run that clock out because you can't give them the ball.
Give them 25 seconds.
They're going to start off with the ball, at the beginning of the second quarter.
That was a disappointing exchange that they could not keep them from getting points before the half.
That was because DJ Reed stumbled right on the first play, right?
Yeah, and then to do a 3-and-out, so it was like a 3-1, almost a 4-1 ratio of them having the ball with a Matthew Stafford and with the defense that we had. So don't chump that defense because they were put in a very pressurized situation where it was just back to back. They had to be out on that field.
They couldn't stop the run. They could not stop the run.
What did you expect the defense to do? Anything off our defense is our offense, and that's my problem. There's no reason if the offense is not clicking because of our defense, then we have a problem. And my problem is if you know the run hasn't been working, and that's been the flavor of the game that the run is not working, then why not go through another series of plays? And if you look at all our losses, you were adamantly about the run game when it was not working at all. That's what I have a problem with.
Yeah, well, in all 6 losses, they've got outrushed for a total of 764 to 472.
some teams you can try and take something away. The Rams, you really can't.
No.
Now, if the Rams lose Davante Adams, they can maybe try and focus more on slowing down Puka Nacua. If they play him again, which I'd love for obvious reasons. Most teams aren't as good offensively as the Rams are right in this moment of time. The Rams in this moment of time, they are run blocking, they are pass protecting, their tight ends and wide receivers get open, they catch the ball, they got 2 running backs that are effective in the run game. And that's all the boxes that are to check, and they're checking them all right now. And, they very well might win it all. But they might have just lost a critical player.
Maybe.
And we'll see what the long-term ramifications are of that as this thing moves forward. Yesterday, if you just missed it, Micah Parsons has now been confirmed he is done for the year with a torn ACL. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Stony in for Anderson on 97.1.
Hey, sports talk show host loves stats, right, Doug? You know I do. Here's one for you. For the last 25 years, no Detroit eye surgeon has performed more vision correction procedures than the great Dr. Yaldo. He's done over 50,000 in his remarkable career. That's more than LeBron's record 42,000 career points. Also more than the 20,000 babes Will Chamberlain allegedly had sex with. And I'm one of the many who benefited from one of Dr. Yaldo's 2 life-changing procedures, custom LASIK, and in my case, his amazing bifocal lens implants. Now, glasses, contacts, reading glasses do an okay job, but when you take them off, you can't see anything, and your prescription keeps changing anyway. I got these 2 tiny bifocal lens implants about 7 years ago. Nothing's changed. 20/20 vision, up close for the small stuff, far away for everything else. Stay with me the rest of my life. Let Dr. Yaldo set you free from glasses, contacts, and readers, and then enjoy better eyesight without them than you ever had with them. It's easy. Go to yaldoeyecenter.com to sign up for a free evaluation.
Gators out today. Stony is in. It is the Carson Anderson program. Of course, Stony's wandering around the office somewhere. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jay in White Lake. You're next on 97.1. Hello, Jay.
Hey, brother. How are you?
Okay.
Champ and chump. I'll go quick here. My chump is just all these ding-dongs that are calling in with this insane stuff. I mean, it's bananas what I'm hearing about Fire and all these guys. And I mean, bringing Schwartz back and all. I'm in the twilight zone. It's wild.
Well, I mean, they might have to look at a defensive coordinator choice, but I know. I think we need to just.
I
take
understand.
A deep breath.
You guys on the radio, right? You're looking at everything from a slightly more pragmatic point than us, the average fan. We look at things more emotionally, and I get that, but I feel like the stretch is going a little too far today.
Well, look, I don't try and tell people, hey, this is what I believe. It's the only thing to believe, and you have to listen to it. I'll tell you why I believe what I believe, and then try to be respectful of opinions. I think the Fire Dan Campbell calls are some of the most insane calls we've ever had. I say with all respect due.
I think some of these people are the same people that were saying, fire Jared Goff and put Hendon Hooker in.
You're right. There were people that believed that.
Yeah. And then, those are my chumps. But my champ is Chris Collinsworth for being able to put aside the gut-wrenching injury to Patrick Mahomes and all the emotion and heartbreak that Chris Collinsworth must have been feeling yesterday, wanting to rush to his side. But instead, he sacked up and he went on air and he called that game last night and put those emotions aside. God bless him. I couldn't believe, steel-hearted, that guy. I couldn't believe it. I was so proud of him.
He is to broadcasting grit what grit is to the Lions, right?
Absolutely. I was so impressed. It was an impressive thing to listen to him call that game after everything that Patrick went through yesterday.
Oh, Jay, you're hysterical. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave in Grass Lake. You're next. Hi, Dave.
Hello.
What's up, man?
Camp of maybe the year. All the cadets and midshipmen that played in the Army-Navy game Saturday, they've agreed to put their lives at stake for protect all of us, and they're playing football because they love it, not because they're getting a paycheck.
That's a great champ.
Yep. And that was a damn entertaining game too.
Always a good game.
It was a fun game.
Yep. Your vote counts, Dave. We got you written down.
Take care. Have Merry Christmas.
You too. 248-539-9797. Justin is next. Hi, Justin.
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
I hate that you guys are taking the calls about Fire Dan Campbell and all of a sudden it's turned into that show, and I hate to contribute to it. But I had 2 points. One of it was about that point, and I don't think what people understand is motivating a room full of adult men who make millions of dollars to play football is not an easy thing to do. So the fact that Dan Campbell is so good at it, I think he doesn't need to be the best at X's and O's. And different coaches have different things, right? Shanahan's more of a tactician, right? But Dan Campbell's thing, you know what you're getting. He's a motivational guy. He's a culture guy, right? So it's way more about that. Have you seen Jim Harbaugh's locker room, his victory locker room, like game ball speeches? Because I saw a couple of them because he was on national TV the past couple of weeks.
They're kind of like his Michigan stuff.
And I'm a Michigan fan. I didn't see it, but I've never seen these game ball handout things until until I started hearing them and seeing them with Dan Campbell, and now obviously it's a thing. So I see him with Jim Harbaugh. But you see Dan, and Dan has a very motivated message. He goes, "This person did this." He lists off all the stats, and he actually has a ball, and he actually gives it to him, right? And there's a big thing. Harbaugh's there, and he just lists off, oh, game ball goes to the entire defense. Oh, game ball goes to the owner's family. It's just really weird. And it's those nuanced, and that's a terrible comparison because you're looking at one end of the spectrum or the other, but you look at those nuanced things. That's what Dan Campbell brings to a locker room that makes players like, I don't know, Kirby Joseph elite, or players that he turns those players into better players by motivating them like that. And that's something you cannot measure, right? And that's just the human element of things. that's one thing you can't measure, and that's why he's such a good coach, and that's why anything talking about him firing is stupid.
Well, it's funny. You brought up a fascinating example because I got to know Jim Harbaugh and worked with Jim Harbaugh and interviewed Jim Harbaugh, and there is no question that man knows how to coach football. There is also no question that I sometimes walked away going, how? Like he's players,
one of the weirdest human beings I've ever.
He's his own man. He is different. I struggle with calling people weird because I'm like, okay, maybe I'm not normal. Maybe I'm the weird one. But in the case of Jim Harbaugh, I am amazed at how he can connect with players. Because there's some strange stuff I thought that would come out of his mouth. But yeah, I mean, I think this goes back years, okay? In the modern NFL, I think the coaches that are most successful are the guys that if you give them same talent to two coaches, the coach that's going to win the game is the guy that can get through to the highest paid player on the team and the lowest paid player on the team. That you get everybody in that locker room buying into their roles, happy to be there, and giving everything they can. And I think Dan Campbell's one of those guys. I think Vrabel is one of the best examples. Now, you have to have players, which he didn't have in Tennessee, but I think Vrabel's another example of one of those
did
guys.
It sometimes. He would win a playoff game out of nowhere.
I think Aaron Glenn could be one of those guys and might be someday. Yeah. But I think it's one of the most underrated skills and near the top of the list of requirements to be a good coach in the NFL. And I think there's no question that Campbell's that guy. Now, it's not the only thing.
No.
I think it's one of the most important.
No, he has to work on game management a little bit. There's no doubt about it.
Mm-hmm.
Some people think a lot. I think a little bit. He's made some absurd decisions, I think, over the years, but it's nothing I think are like fireable offenses.
Let's go to Brian in Garden City. You're next. Hello, Brian. Is this the same guy? Brian's. That might be it for Brian, who's been on hold, I think, combined for over an hour. George is next. Hi, George.
Hey, how's it going, man? I'm really shocked that we've been talking so much about the Lions, and I mean, we're looking at the defense and everything, but the person that we really need to be talking about is O'Neal. 2 games, no tackles. I mean, how are you going to help Hutch out in the defense and the other team? This guy is paying so much money.
You mean McNeil?
Yeah, McNeil.
You weren't listening, George.
Yeah.
George, not your fault. You weren't listening earlier in the show because I basically pointed out that he was not even on the stat sheet. He did nothing.
That's what I'm saying. Right.
Nothing.
Okay, yeah, and I'm saying we're firing Coach Campbell. I mean, sometimes you got to look at the players. The players, I just can't believe it. I mean, but Stony, it's been 2 games.
I know.
No.
I agree.
And you know how much money we paying this guy?
I know. Now, maybe sometimes I know they put him on the outside a little bit, which to me doesn't make much sense, but you know, he's done nothing the last few weeks.
Well, he had a sack against Dallas last week.
Yeah. And the amount of money he's paying him.
Well, fair
ridiculous.
enough. But he had nothing against Green Bay, sack against Dallas, nothing against the Rams.
Yeah,
And his sack led to a forced fumble.
Should be.
but yeah, it's
about.
And it has. I mean, that's the center of your defensive line, and they got to stuff the run better. McNeil, DJ Reader, Tyreek Williams, guys in the middle of that defensive line, the whole defensive line. On the edges, they got to get to the quarterback. They got to stuff the run, collapse the pocket. Hasn't been enough. Now, again, the Dallas game, given the personnel they have on the field, the Dallas game's the blueprint. Make a team try 5 field goals. FGA, baby.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Jody.
By the way, Aubrey missed 2 field goals last night. That's like unheard of.
I know. It was crazy. And he is so impressive. I know. Maybe he shouldn't look so casual approaching the football when he's kicking from 65 yards away. I've never seen a player look so effortless. I know they're kickers. He looks like everything looks like an extra point.
I know.
It's unbelievable. Jody in Detroit. Hi, Jody. Whoa.
Hey, what's going on?
How we doing, Jody?
I'm all right. I forgot. I didn't know y'all was going to click in yet. No, I was just about to say champ or chump. I just want to get a chump award to the Detroit Lions fans. They just been turned on this
fans?
Team.
Is that what you said?
Yes. I mean, the fans are just They
Okay, I don't know, Jody. I don't know if
you're
you're not speaking into the phone, but it sounds like you're underwater.
They just killing the team, man. They just destroying the team. They're not giving the team no kind of love. Just like the Lions, they don't even have a losing record. They just not winning the way we expected them to win. But the season's not even over. We still got a shot at the playoff.
Yep.
But they just act like it's just over. That's all I just want to say. I never seen no most unappreciative, ungrateful fans ever in my life.
Well, look, I mean, I can understand being disappointed. I think there have been some extreme takes today. What happens is when your team fails or doesn't live up to your personal expectation, some people's response is, who is going to be punished? Who are we punishing because of this? You got to fire somebody because they lost. And that is probably not the most prudent way to go around about running an organization.
Hey, Doug, do you see who just entered the transfer portal?
I don't know, Stony. You want to tell us in 5 minutes?
Yes, I do.
Is he in the Big Ten, Stony?
Yes, he is.
All right, we'll get to that. Plus your phone calls and feedback. 97.1. Tuck Harsh. Gator out, Stony in. All right, Stony, you've got some breaking news.
Nebraska quarterback Dylan Raiola is expected to enter the NCAA transfer portal.
Oh.
On 3.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Well.
So today's quarterback transfer portal day. DJ Langway from Florida, Aiden Childs of Michigan State, and Dylan Raiola of Nebraska.
Yes. I mean, look, the last 4 Heisman winners all been portaled. Last 4. So it's just the new norm. 248-539-9797. I did see a tweet, and I didn't give credit. I really wish I'd remembered, but the Big Ten has produced the last 2 national champions, the first 2 number 1 seeds in the 12-team playoff, and now its first Heisman Trophy winner since 2006. NIL world, baby. And look,
it just means more.
Well, you know what? When there's no limits on paying players, I love the new world order that benefits the Big Ten. I do, and we're starting to see it on the field. And sure, they probably need to do some things with fine tune it, but I hope this stays for a while because I think it's benefiting the Big Ten. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in Troy. You're next. Hello, Matt.
Hello.
What's up?
I'm going to have a champ and chump for the week. Okay. My champ would be the Pistons front court duo. They don't get enough love. I know they only played 1 game this week. They are best in the league in paint defense, Stewart and Duran, and 4th in paint scoring. So they've just been huge for the Pistons this year. And for my chump, Sharon Moore, guy's a loser. Honorable mention to Tristan Colon. He is got to be the worst Lions offensive lineman I've ever seen.
I don't know about that, but I will say I was intrigued at the snap distribution at that guard spot. I think it was 51-13. They probably can't get Mahogany back fast enough. And Miles Frazier was the other that played the 13 snaps. And I'll be intrigued to see if there's some movement there.
Yeah, because it seems like Miles Frazier knows what he's doing. But he's still raw.
Didn't he play fewer percentage snaps this week than last week?
Yeah, so maybe not.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Antonio in Detroit. What's up, Antonio?
Hey, how's it going?
We're good.
I would like the champ Jared Goff, because this year has been challenging, as we all know. But if you were to look at his stats, they're in the tops of the league, in the top 5 in mostly all the categories, even though the offensive line and the run production, and it's just been a lot more challenging this year. But through it all, he has shown still elite skills, so he deserves kudos for that. I would like to chump all those fans who bad-mouthed Matthew Stafford when he was here. I mean, his talent was right up there with the best of them. And what separates him and make a good quarterback, you need the right infrastructure. You need Drew Brees, arm talent-wise, was not really talented, but his organization, his coach, his system, it was perfect for him to cultivate his strengths. Same thing with Bo Nix. He's not really a measure up to Matt Stafford's arm talent, but he has a good infrastructure around him. Again, Sean Payton. It's evidently clear once Matt Stafford went and got with a competent organization who knows how to take advantage of his arm talent, that he's clearly an elite quarterback. And
Antonio, I was probably the biggest.
Never appreciated him. He never could win.
It wasn't everybody, Antonio. It wasn't everybody, but yes, I always thought he was unfairly bashed. I thought he was unfairly bashed at times. I think he is. I always believed he could win a Super Bowl. I always believed he was a great quarterback in this league that needed the right people around him. And when he got a good team around him, he won a Super Bowl. And was I rooting for him with the whole Detroit Rams thing? No. But I will admit a certain sense of vindication as far as the people that bashed him when he was in Detroit.
He was a very good quarterback here.
We go to Terry in Detroit. You're next. Hi, Terry.
Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Okay.
I like to chomp. This is going to be a stretch, and just bear with me on this one.
Okay.
I would just like to chump the Lions strength and conditioning coach. Strictly based on the last 2.5 years, all of the injuries, the hamstrings, the Achilles, all of the injuries that the Lions have suffered.
What do you think he's doing wrong? Do you work in that field or no?
No, I do not.
Okay.
But one thing is for certain, good teams don't have the types of injuries that the Lions have had for the last 2 years. Last year, the entire defense basically was decimated. This year, we've lost our offensive line. It just doesn't add up. The amount of injuries.
Why do you think the Lions have kept them around then?
I don't know. I mean, they got one of the best health facilities in the country with Henry Ford. I was talking to some friends of mine a couple weeks ago or last week. Is there something wrong with the turf at Ford Field? I know they have the concerts there and what have you, but
I just think it's bad luck.
A very good source of mine said the turf is new.
Terry, if you would let go of an offensive coordinator or demote him or take away part of it, and you would fire other coaches, why would you keep a guy around if he was the reason they've had all the injuries?
Given what the defensive coordinator is dealing with all the injuries, the injuries are stemming from how they practice, how they run, how they condition.
I don't know that, and you don't work in that field. You don't know that. I think it's bad luck. I did ask you if you worked in that field to see if you knew something about it, but you don't. And if it were that simple, they would have let the guy go after last year, right? Right?
Yeah. Sometimes it is bad luck. And you look at it, the injuries, I don't think all their injuries occur on,
At
artificial.
Home? Or occur at home?
Yeah.
I mean, look, if that's something that needs to be looked at, they look at everything. I find it hard to believe if somebody was incompetent last year, that they bring him back this year. Maybe we'll see a change this offseason, but Charles is in Detroit and next. Hello, Charles.
Hi. How you guys doing? What's up, Doug?
How you doing?
Hey.
Good. Glad to have you back too, Gator.
Stony.
But that's okay.
Oh.
I've been called worse.
Guys, time to jump real quick. Pistons, my champions. Shout out to them. 25 games in. Already at 20 wins. I think that's, none of us really expected that.
At Boston tonight.
Yeah, we need that. We need that Boston guy. I felt like we played good at Boston last game. They just was hitting on all cylinders that night. But so yeah, shout out to JB Bickerstaff too, Coach of the Year, hands down. My chump is the Detroit Lions fans right now, and only because I understand the frustration. Yeah, do we have a reason to be talking and having these conversations? Yeah, because we want to be better, but we don't want to be too hard on them, right? Wow. These are still kids. These guys are young. I'm 40.
These are professionals. Hey, we're out of time, Charles. They're professionals. They're men. You can be critical of them.
Yeah,
but 10 seconds, Rico. What do you got next?
Lions. Can we say that? We may touch upon some Michigan stuff.
Okay, there you go.
Respectfully.
Have a great show. Stony, good to see you. And thanks for listening, everybody. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome, one and all. A snowy Monday as we begin the week, as we are on our march to Christmas. I've got a little bit of a different take, Rico. I don't know. I'm still in disbelief at some of the callers from last show. There was some form of people wanting removal of Dan Campbell. I heard someone want Kyler Murray. People's pets' heads are falling off.
No. I think I have you beat. The morning show actually had somebody who said that Sheila should file a lawsuit against the NFL and the referees.
Yeah, listening to Jim and TJ made me sad. That's all I'll tell you. If officiating is what you walked away with, don't call this show. I just encourage you to listen to something else, honestly. We'll be fine. No, my takeaway, like, listening to Dan Campbell's audio actually pissed me off. It really bothered me. And I like Dan Campbell, but I got to tell you, it was kind of an epiphany moment for me. Mm-hmm. So I don't know if we have the whole clip and I can paraphrase. Oh, you do? Well, I'll tell you what. David is such a professional. You could tell David's in the holiday spirit. He told Corbin to go bleep himself as he walked out. David is really excited. I want to play. I want to play for you some Dan Campbell audio, and I'll offer you my perspective on it, and that's how we'll start the day. David, please. Oh, now you know what the best in the NFC looks like. Oh, it's week 15. Oh, all we got to do is just get better. Dude, you haven't won back-to-back games in 3 months. That message is a little late. And here's what my takeaway is. And it's something that's been like simmering with me, is that this team has lived in delusion all year. They've acted like, they think like, they play like their last year's team. They're not. You aren't special. You don't have superpowers. And while you are good, you're not very good or great. Not what you're putting on tape. No. So, Rico, I listened to that, and I'm going, wait, if that's the head man talking, saying, well, all right, guys, we got the barometer now. We see how far we've got to go. No, Dan, the last 3 months should have told you how far you have to go.
It's funny because when I heard that, Mike, and I sent you a text during the game, this game reminded me a lot of the NFC Championship game where Lions go up big, celebrating on the sideline, and then they don't make the adjustments. But at the end of that game, remember when Dan Campbell came out and told his guys, hey, we may never get back here again. It was very sobering what he said. This kind of reminded me of that as well. Well, now we know what the best looks like in the NFC, and it's not us. It's them. Dude, you got 3 weeks. I don't think you can fix it this year. I don't think that there's nobody coming off the IR who's going to, kind of like the old Tecmo Bowl, come running onto the field, okay? Nobody's going to help you. This is it. This is all you got.
Bo Jackson in good condition.
Right.
Yeah, good Tecmo Bowl reset. No, it bothered me. Like I'm getting tired of hearing him go to the podium and just talk about, we gotta play better. Yeah, I hate my play calls. I gotta call better plays. Right. No, I mean at a certain point, you know what? Even if that's what you believe, I just don't want to hear it anymore. And like yesterday, you go out and give up over 500 yards offense. You give up 30 first downs, and you let McVay play your game and outdo you at it, going 3 for 3 on fourth down, and you gave up 41 points. Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for a brain-dead Stafford pick on a screen, I mean, dude, you're nowhere close. So I would ask the people is, okay, where are you with this team? Because I'll tell you the other weird thing I've heard all day on this station. Make no mistake about this. Where does this, this is an unappreciative fan base. You haven't won anything. All you people caping up for Sheila and Brad and Dan, let me help you. They don't care about you. They're not giving you a Christmas present this year. These fans are ungrateful. They're being negative. What should it be after the Rams devastated your defense? What should it be after your playoff odds are now down to as low as 25%, depending on the model you're looking at? Costa getting called negative this morning. What? No, it's called real. That was a must-win game. You didn't win it. In fact, you didn't come out of halftime. 17 unanswered, 3 straight 3-and-outs. What should we do? Should we set up like a kissing booth and just kiss the team's proverbial ass? 30 first downs. 30. You have 160 yards on the ground. You're lucky Devontae Adams died on a touchdown route. You're lucky Puka dropped a ball. You're lucky Stafford threw a brain-dead pick. Game could have been much, much worse.
Yeah, you're lucky he overthrew a receiver who was wide open.
And the other part is I got to listen to dinglings on my way out this morning bitching about the officiating. Fine. It wasn't a touchdown. Now they're at the one penis line with 4 downs. What are you going to do?
Because the last time I checked, Kyron Williams walked into the end zone twice.
Thank you.
Untouched. It looked like a practice drill.
It's okay to just look in the mirror and say, you know what? We're not that good this year. Like, I love now the other angle is, well, we could still make it. Yeah, so could the Cowboys. That doesn't mean you don't shred them after last night's performance. They haven't won consecutive football games for money in almost 3 months. Guys, I don't want to hear we have a look at what the best in the NFC is. It's suggestive that you didn't know or you thought you were.
Well, I said it was a credibility game. And after yesterday, you don't have any credibility. You're not one of those teams that I say, oh, okay, this team could win a Super Bowl. No, because the Rams took you apart, 519 total yards. Think about that. 519 total yards. You weren't stopping them in the second half. And the only reason you did, because they just wanted to take the air out the ball and just say, okay, enough's enough. Let's just bleed this clock out and let's go home.
I had the credibility point, line it up. You played Green Bay twice, you lost twice. You played Philly, you lost. You know, I don't know. Do you want me to – you could throw yesterday's game. You lost. You've lost every good NFC team you played. Mm-hmm. What's your signature win in the NFC? What am I do? Powder your ass because you beat the Bucs?
No, you're going to say you beat the Bears.
In week 2.
Right. But
they weren't the Bears.
Right, but at the time, everybody told me the Bears are a joke. Well, not so much anymore.
Yeah.
And you get to face them in week
2
18.
with a new coaching staff.
Right.
It might be a little bit different than if you play them now. Like, I also love this humorous thing where people act like it's some kind of auto win. Let me remind you, your only pathway forward is to win out. You haven't won 2 in a row in 3 months, much less 3. And by the way, I don't know if you're aware of this. You lost to the Vikings already. You should have lost to the Giants, and you know it. Deep in your soul, you know that. And now
Wait. You mean they didn't beat the Vikings? Because I've heard the Vikings is an auto win.
Right.
Oh, we got that one.
I know. I'm tired of it.
It's where you do realize that game's in Minnesota and not here.
But it's where the team and the fans are behaving the same way. The arrogance, the cockiness, the entitlement. Guys, you are what your record says you are. You're just above average. You haven't put any consistent tape together. So I really just... I don't understand why there's kickback to just calling it like it is. Dad came home Friday night from work and said he lost his job. Like, that's a problem. You just say it. You don't say, no, Dad, it'll all work out, but here, for the time being, let's get food stamps. No, it's a bad Friday. You lost a showdown game you had to have, and you did it in a pathetic manner. It was really just a worse version of the NFC Championship game. 500 yards, 30 first downs. Good grief. You miss a field goal? And I got to listen to people talk about rainbows and butterflies and how people are being negative. What the hell should it be today? The team's on life support to make the playoffs. And by the way, Rico and I were getting called negative when he picked 10 wins to start the year and I picked 11. Newsflash, you're capped at 11 and it's going to be a struggle to get there. Vegas was right. Loss of coordinators was right.
Oh, you mean we weren't being haters for not saying everyone go 14-3?
No, that's the whole folly of it all, is it's okay to just live in reality. Do they have a chance to save themselves? They have a chance. But make no mistake, you still need these other teams to lose 2 out of 3. Bears haven't lost 2 games in 11 weeks.
2 out of 3. Maybe you caught a break with Micah Parsons going out for the year. But, yeah, you need 2 out of 3 for those teams, or you need San Francisco not to win another game for the rest of the year.
You're basically out 2 games with 3 to go.
Yeah.
What should the conversation be? Hey, your car's totaled. That's a bad day. Like you got to stare it down.
Right. But the referees, hey, guys, the referees didn't give up 519 yards.
I don't understand the referee thing. I'm not even.
Detroit
you know what?
versus everybody.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah.
You know what it is? Then call this loser town. Okay? Not the Motor City. Call it the loser city. If this is what we're going to do anytime one of our teams lose, is basically turn to Michigan fans.
No,
I don't want to do that.
And look, unpopular opinion, it was actually the right call. He bobbled the ball. He gathered it together in the end zone.
It doesn't help that Dean Blandino with a martini glass in his hand has no idea what's going on. 248-539-9797. We get to you guys next, 97.1. That's good. Only took it until December 15th to figure out what the tops in the NFC looked like and that it wasn't you. I don't know. Maybe I'm frustrated with the game. It's just the coach speak stuff. It wears you out. No, it's not as simple as going back to work. The team can't fix all their problems. And the idea that you needed a reality check to know you're not the best in the NFC, I can't help you. You haven't won back-to-back games in 3 months. Can they get in the playoffs? Yes. Do I expect them to? No. Just like I didn't expect you to win that game yesterday. You're not that good. You want to cry about injuries? You can. You have a right when you don't have Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch. It's going to affect your team. Just like this week, short week, they're not going to have Devontae Adams and Pukas banged up. You know who's going to cry from? Nobody. Go win the game if you're so damn special. David, your thoughts early on, and then we'll get to the callers. What's going on?
Yeah, it's also been annoying for me every week to hear Dan Campbell say, we just got to get better. We got to do this. We got to fix this one thing. And it's like, you're right. Week after week after week, after you hear that after 8 weeks
I'm just tired
of the season, it's like, I get the first part of the year, you're trying to get things together when your offensive lines change, your coordinators change, but now it's too late. You are exactly who I thought you were. Every issue that was discussed on these airways from you, Mike, and from you, Rico, in the offseason is their issue. Offensive line, defensive line pass rush issues, everything, the coordinators, everything is right there, still an issue. So you can't hear in week 15, we got to fix one thing, and now we know it's too late, Dan. It's too late.
No, and it just, look, they still have a minor shot, but look at it this way. If you have a 25% chance of getting in, you get a 75% chance of not. Like, this is not where you wanted to be. It's not where you planned to be. And no, it shouldn't be acceptable. And if the excuse is going to be we got a couple of players that are out for the year, well, then forget it. Don't play football anymore. You're never going to have all 22 healthy at this point in the season. It's just not going to happen.
No, you're right. And that's where, look, you can't fix this thing on the fly. This is what you got. And long-term, bigger picture, yeah, this is where maybe not getting so cutesy in the draft hurts you. But right now, you have to rally. And right now, you're not in control of your destiny. This is where you did not want to be. But it is, because even if you win all 3 games, doesn't guarantee you a spot in the playoffs.
No, and look, I don't want to do the long view stuff, but I think it's part of the conversation when you and I talk about the window. Like, they're not in a great cap spot next year. That's why we wanted them to go all in this year or last year. Guys like Anzalone are going to be gone. Pieces up front on that O-line are going to be gone. You have a couple of players that I have open questions of what they'll be like when they get back. I mean, Kirby Joseph, this sounds like it's going to be the rest of his career. He's going to deal with this. Brian Branch, you blow your Achilles out, you're really not going to be the same. It might be 90% of it, not going to be the same. Does Taylor Decker retire? Does Glasgow go? What does it all look like? Is David Montgomery a part of this team next year? So when you start to really look at this stuff, yeah, barring a miracle Super Bowl run this year, this is going to be a big fork in the road offseason for them.
Oh, yeah.
Because this past offseason was a joke.
Oh, and by the way, you don't have any third-round picks because you traded them. So
also,
that happened.
I don't want to be too rough on this guy, but he hasn't been good, DJ Reed.
No.
Yikes. Let's just be honest. When he's been on the field this year, not good. Let's go to Phil, 97.1. Phil, you're batting lead off. What's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good.
Let me ask your opinion of something. You think Dan Campbell has, I don't want to say lost his way, but is starting to hit the panic button because of the fact maybe he's wondering that he shouldn't have taken away the offensive calls and try to coach at the same time?
No, because the offense got better once he took the play calling. J-Mo's production got better with it. I think that goes hand in hand. No, okay. And I don't hear panic, but I wonder if there's an element of resignation in there. He can't say that publicly, but I mean, come on, turn the tape on. You haven't won a game back-to-back in 3 months. I'm surprised the hair hasn't fallen out of his head.
Well, that, and then What do you think about this guy, Kelvin Shepard? Mike, I don't like him, and I'll tell you why. He goes crazy when the defense makes a good play. Mike, these men make $2 million plus a year. That is their job, Mike.
I understand
he goes
that.
Nuts.
But Phil, hold on. Think about it this way. Look at coordinators in college where kids are making $1 million and they're going bananas. Phil, I'm never going to knock somebody for the enthusiasm, brother. I just got done having a wet paper bag coach my team in college.
No, the defensive coordinator is supposed to be out there to hype your guys up because
I like it.
Defense is about passion. It is about the toughness. It is about the grit. So
I love the enthusiasm. Now, I could do without the 3-1-3 play sheet. That's a little hokey to me. The point is,
I hate Detroit.
I think it's ridiculous to have like a branded play sheet. It should just have
a Coney dog on the back.
It should just have a team logo, or it should just be a laminate. The point I'm making, he's got like a fat head for a play sheet. I like the enthusiasm.
Fago 2-liter.
It's got a laminated Hani on the back.
Right.
But it's just knocking the guy's enthusiasm. Come on, man. Phil, we're all frustrated here, but that's a reach. Let's go to Albert, 97.1. Al, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Good, Albert. What's up?
So I think, obviously, the root of this is Brad Holmes' drafting or lack of drafting. The interior of that O-line is the main problem of this team. I think not being able to run the ball on first and second down and making those obvious third down passing plays is what limits this team. And I think on defense, we knew this was going to be a shootout. There was no secret about that. I think DJ Reed obviously is no upgrade over Carlton Davis, but when you're giving wide receivers like Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua 5 seconds to run routes because there's no pass rush, of course guys are going to get burned. I mean, come on, we've got no pass rush even when we blitz. Now we're leaving guys on islands, and we're not even getting to the QB on a blitz.
No, and listen, you're nailing it here. But I want to ask you something different. You said something I agree with, and it's something I asked Cookies. I want to ask you, Enrico, right now. All right, Albert?
Yeah.
You knew the game was going to be a shootout. We all knew they were going to have to get in the mid-30s to win this thing, to have any chance. What did you make of the acceptance of field goals early? Now, I know Bates missed one. I wanted more, and this is me. I wanted more aggression because I thought they had very little chance of winning this game. What did you two make of what seemed to be conservative early?
Well, I think the first one that Bates missed, obviously in hindsight, it's easy to say they should have went for it, but I think it was 4th and 4. That's typically a down that the Lions have gone for, and I know it's tough when they haven't. I think they haven't converted like their last 7 fourth downs. But like I said, you knew going into this game it was going to be a shootout, and it's 4th and 4. That's one of the more manageable downs. I thought that's something that they typically go for, and I thought that was a little conservative.
I was surprised. I really was surprised there. And Albert, listen, I don't mind against a regular opponent. Put the 3 points on the board, and we're going to move on. I think we all knew against the Rams that ain't going to cut it.
See, I was okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Albert.
No, I was just going to say I don't hate putting points on the board early. I just think, like you said, this is more of like an extreme situation where you knew it was going to be a shootout and you knew the Rams were going to score essentially at will.
Yes.
I think I would have gone a little more aggressive there, but I didn't hate it. I just
wondered. Go ahead, Rico. I just wanted to canvass the opinions here.
No, see, I would have gone for the points because early on, I think you needed to get on the scoreboard early in the game, take the points. If it wasn't like this, now if it was 4th and 1, yes, you go for it and you pick up that first down. But I was all right because you're building up a lead, and you kind of saw that the pressure was getting to the Rams because they weren't used to playing from behind. Stafford was kind of playing, outside of himself. He wasn't looking like that MVP person. So I was like, okay, this strategy is actually working. So I was cool with it. And then, it all fell apart.
Here's the other problem, okay? And this is where people have to separate their favoritism of a player, and he's an electric player, but he commented on the interior of the O-line. The run game has been something I've criticized all year. Do you realize Jahmyr Gibbs has half his yards in 3 games? Of his 1,100 yards, you put Azealia 230 against the G-men. He had 150 against Washington, who's a corpse, and then he had another 150 against Tampa Bay. Well, congratulations. All right, there's 5.5 for your 1,100. Look at what he did yesterday, 13 for 38. All right, how about the week before against Dallas, 12 for 40. All right, how about the week before against Green Bay, 20 for 68. Want more? 12 for 39 against Philly. How about 9 for 25 against Minnesota? How about 17 for 65 against Kansas City? You developing a trend here?
Good defenses. He can't run the ball as effectively. Nope, I got you.
No, it's they collectively. This is where they're driving me nuts. They aren't who they were. Stop acting like it. That line is not special anymore. It is what it is.
I think that's what it really boils down to.
248-539-9797. Red Tag sales event going on right now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You want to elevate your tailgate or get through the winters like we're dealing with right now? 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. Lease it. $199 a month, zero due at signing. Silverado, perfect for hauling gear, hitting the road, or pre-gaming, whatever it may be. They've got you covered. 26 Equinox LT, also part of that event. $199 a month, $19.99 down. And as always, the whole team Moran, everything is fast, simple, stress-free. No games, no nonsense. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Thank you, James, and happy holidays to you, sir. David, ticket text. We'll get right back to the phones. People reacting to the Lions stuff, and I don't want to use a term like take exception to. I just was annoyed with Dan Campbell's quotes, the audio. It is something I've felt all year. I've talked about it a couple of times. They still think they are who they were. You're not. You need to look in the mirror, come to grips with reality, and find your way forward. But the idea that yesterday was some kind of reality check for you, dude, you haven't won back-to-back games in 90 days. The reality check has been apparent the entire way.
True, but
boy, there's always a but. What's the but?
You know what you get to use this week, Mike? The Lions don't lose back-to-back games.
And the Steelers are dirty diaper.
So you know what? If you're a Lions fan, feel good. They don't lose they don't win back-to-back, but they don't lose back-to-back.
All just so on Christmas Day, JJ can put a baby in your stocking. Hope you're ready. 9.
JJ hitting the gritty.
Merry Christmas, Detroit.
And dropping a grumpy right on your midfield logo. Go ahead, David. What do you got, pal?
Dan at work says, Aleem McNeil did not record one stat for the game. DJ Reed did not successfully defend one pass yesterday. That's how you don't win the game.
And look, I know the one game TJ really liked the way Aleem played against the Pack. I've been very underwhelmed. When he came back against Tampa Bay and you saw a couple of those bull rushes, you went, oh my, this is going to be good. He's not been good. DJ Reader, I don't even know if he's alive. I mean, Tyleek, fine enough. He's a rookie. I'm not going to crush him. Plus, he's not paid to be a huge disruptor. He's paid to eat up blocks. Bottom line is you gave up 160 on the ground. Like you're not who you were. Does Marcus Davenport still play for this team?
Let me check.
David, go ahead.
We're basically done this year. Next year will be similar. No money for free agents. And even if we draft well, they're still rookies, not looking good.
No, I'm not going to go there. You can create money by restructuring deals, but you will have to be. The first deal that will get restructured is Goff's. But you better be sure you want him for 4 more years.
See, that's a show for another time.
Oh, yeah. No, I ain't doing that.
That's a show for, wow, because Rieger and I we went back and forth for about an hour last night over what do you do with Goff?
Well, his cap number is going to be, I believe, 70 or 71 million next year. You have to restructure it. You don't have a choice. I think the bigger concerns are people.
Do you not have a choice?
Well, then you're not going to have any great amount of money to improve this team. I know what we can do.
You kept all your guys together.
Nah, we'll do what we always do in this town. WBBT. Opening a new radio station. It's called The Band Back Together. 97.1 WBBT.
There you go.
Run It Back Radio.
They'll be doing a reunion concert down at the Sound Bar.
Bushman on the pregame.
Just saying, but that's a show for another day.
It is. Don't do that around holidays, please. Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mikey, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, fellas?
How are you?
Pretty good. Couple of issues. When I heard Dan, the coach, give his first post game, he talked about being upset with the offense, and we did score 30-something points. But my concern with him and the general manager is for the last 3 years, okay, I'm just talking about emphasis. If it's not just D-line, the emphasis has to be on stopping other teams, And my question is this, because I want you guys to make it relative. We talk about a third-round draft choice. We talk about Tesla, who I'm pissed off about. But when you really look at it, because I pulled up some of my mocks from the last year, and I'm a geek at that. I had us picking up Tesla, but it was at 228. We picked this dude up at 70. 70. Only 69 guys better in the entire draft for him, and he goes 0 for 0 for 0. Plus, we give up a 70 to 90 for the next 2 years also.
Yeah. Listen.
When I looked at it that way.
Oh, Mike,
ahead,
no, Mike, you don't have to be sorry at all. That's on me, not you. It just you're hitting at the problem. When they drafted it, and I admit this, I defended it by saying, hey, this is the guy who found Puka. This is a guy who is a scout by trade, and this does mean this is the end of J-Mo. They'll play out the string. Well, then they did none of those things. This guy hasn't carved a rollout. They paid J-Mo a ton of money, and now the pick looks really dumb. It just does.
Yeah, and you actually saw what Puka looks like.
Yeah. And I'm looking at just one of my, and I'm just a guy who played high school and don't know nothing because, we know nothing as fans. We don't see anything. We don't make any common sense. But I went Alabama linebacker. I went edge Arkansas. I went edge Mississippi. And as I look, I'm not even going to give you the guys' names, but this was the 28th pick, 60 pick, and 102.
What'd you do, take Landon Jackson out of Arkansas?
Yeah, I did.
Who's the nerd now, Mike?
Mike, here's the thing. No, Mike. When I heard the Lions were trading up and they were getting a guy from Arkansas, that's who I thought they were taking. I was like,
right.
I'm like, oh, okay. Way to go, Brett. But wait, huh?
But it's also the same thing they did when drafting J-Mo, and this is not a shot at J-Mo. He's a very good player. I thought they were trading up for Jordan Davis. They have routinely shown they don't value that side of the ball, especially up front, the way that we as a fan base do.
And then just to back up what both of you guys said, because we both love J-Mo, but there's a reason that all the great Super Bowl champions, you just read the stats on what J-Mo has did in the other 9 games. I mean, 3 games. So
that was Jahmyr Gibbs. I want to be clear. That was Gibbs.
Gibbs. So if he doesn't have a line, that's why you draft exceptional linemen in the first round.
It's why we don't pay running backs. And you're gonna have a very uncomfortable conversation sooner rather than later, Mikey, where they're gonna have to throw $100 million at Jahmyr Gibbs, and I'm gonna be the one telling you, no, thank you. I love him. I love Jahmyr. I don't pay running backs. I'm not paying him $20 million. You can't have your quarterback making 60 and one wideout making 30, another one making 27. Your running back makes 20. Your tight end's going to get paid like George Kittle. Can't have it all.
Brother, it's the holidays.
My bad.
Let's not have that conversation either.
Hey, guilty. My bad.
Okay.
I've just been handed a missive. We're not doing that right now. All right. My bad. It's on me. We don't pay running back. All right,
shut your mouth when you're talking.
FanDuel. Why does it always come back to Wedding Crashers with us? FanDuel Sportsbook, your home for all your favorite NFL bets, yards to touchdowns, whatever it is. Maybe it's JJ popping the gritty at the 7-yard line. FanDuel, all customers, a 30% PBT for Monday Night Football tonight. You're going to need it. This game is atrocious. FanDuel.com/ticket. Bet on the game. I don't know, under 42.5 probably. 21 and up, present in Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus is issued. It's not withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration or max wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, quick TO for a second. It is Monday, so can we say that's our welcome, but Rico has a Golden Corral version of this. David?
All right, gentlemen. It's Monday. Can we say that Diego Pavia probably shouldn't drink and hit social media after you lose the Heisman? Don't know if you saw it or not, but basically he said F all the voters for not voting him in, along with pictures of him dancing with signs, digital signs saying F Indiana.
Yeah. This is what happens when you empower an idiot and his idiot family, and no one tells them no. So his brothers are like the Jokic's Jr., and his mom's acting a fool at the game, and no one tells you no. And you hand him a bunch of money, and then, that wasn't my real feelings, and I don't want that to represent me. Log out. No, it's exactly how you felt, Diego. It's exactly how you felt.
It's like, wow. F all the voters, and you didn't vote for me. David, did you see?
Can we just shut college football down? Just be done with it.
I saw it, Rico, and I was hoping he got hacked or there was some AI version of him. And then I said, nope, this is real. Yeah, this cannot happen.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't do this.
I mean, like they showed Mendoza with his teammates and them celebrating and all in New York City Times Square. But then they showed Diego as he's dancing it up with the little digital sign that's scrolling F Indiana. Like,
tell you one thing.
Bro.
Hey, congratulations. You probably just cost yourself getting drafted in the 4th round.
Bingo.
You're probably a 6th or 7th round pick. This is the Shador playbook. Teams do not want to deal with this crap. They don't want to deal with your brothers embarrassing the team. They don't want to deal with your mom acting a fool. They don't want to deal with your immature ass. So guess what? You explain it at the draft now.
Well,
enjoy.
That and the fact that when you look at it, one of these things not like the other. I think it was like 6 foot, 6'1", 6 foot, and 6'5" when they all stood next to each other. One person probably didn't hit the 6 foot mark.
Dude, he's 5'9". There's a reason no one wanted him, and he was at New Mexico State, and he's a gamer. He's tough as nails. I can separate the football player from the human being and the behaviors you display, but Rico. And Antoine Randall was listed at 5'10" in the Indiana media guide. He was 5'7".
Right.
Cut it out.
Okay. Can we say the University of Michigan should probably stick with Biff Poggi because they may not have a president or an athletic director to actually do the hiring?
Not yet. I think I know where you're going with this. Just give me until the end of this week. I think you've got to allow it to play out when Kalen DeBoer's season is over. Until I see an extension from Alabama. I understand the statement. I'm still going to back channel. I'm still going to do everything until Dillingham's extension is signed. But I think the longer it goes, the more real it becomes that you have a stiffy for Biffy. And that's going to be your problem because that's hilarious. And I can't wait if it happens. All the bought and paid for propagandists are going to tell you how this was the right move all along.
Right, this was who they really wanted. And because the reason being, if you're Dillingham, if you're Kalen DeBoer.
You don't know who you're working for.
Thank you. It's the other side of the coin.
It's a really good job, but they need leadership.
Right, you're like, oh, well, it's Michigan. Okay, it may be. You don't know who your boss is or your boss's boss. So you're going to sign on just blindly and cross your fingers and take a chance. So, yeah, Biff may be the guy.
And you enjoy that. Former hedge fund guy turned high school coach because he basically bought the high school, turned guy who delivered players to Michigan from B-Moore into terrible coach at Charlotte, who I don't even know if he lasted 2 years, but 6 sleeveless. Yes, that's going to be sold to you as the guy. I can't wait.
My.
Because Michigan is way too good of a job for Biff Poggi.
They will give him the 2 words that you always want to have.
Michigan man.
Can we? David, you okay?
I'm not, but just go on.
Too good of a job for that, David.
Go ahead, David. What you got to say?
No, I'm good. I would just sit here in my tears.
Can we say DJ Lagway will be the hottest name in the portal from Florida?
Boy.
Hopped in the portal today.
Depends on the health of that shoulder. That was clearly an issue all year. Rico, I don't know, man. I think Lagway is going to be up there. There's a lot of talent there. They did not go right at Florida, and he was hurt. The guy I don't want, not that you asked me, I have no interest in Raiola.
Well, it's funny because I was next.
I don't like him. He's a weirdo. I don't.
But he's currently right now popping his ACL.
In tribute to Pat Mahomes.
Right.
I think.
Quick, somebody hit me in the knee.
The hottest name in the portal will be a guy who I think his destination is already determined, would be Drew Mestenmaker. Redshirt freshman, North Texas, the kid who lit it up, and he's going to go to Okie State with Eric Morris.
See, I don't count that because he's already going.
Fair.
So,
yeah,
I mean, the people who are going to get courted, because my next one was, can we say that Dylan Raiola and Aiden Childs made the better choice of leaving their schools and going back into the portal or going into the portal?
If their current NIL deal was on the table to stay, my answer is no. But my guess is Aiden was going to get a bit of a restructuring. Raiola, it's a little bit weirder to me. You got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
What did the school do to not back you up or believe in you or play you? That one's a little weirder for me. I don't know what he thinks he's going to get elsewhere. I wouldn't line up to pay him.
David?
He's slow.
He is, but did you know he looks like Patrick Mahomes?
Okay.
He hasn't gotten any better since he got into college. He hasn't gotten better at all.
Wait, you mean that just because you're a 5-star with a lot of hype, it doesn't automatically you turn into Dan Marino by year 3? Oh, man, I got so much evaluation to do.
Okay, Mike, this one's just for you because I know you say college football is gone and you hate it. Get another reason why Mike Valini hates college football.
Let's hear it. This ought to be good.
Can we say that we have lost cabin pressure when the USC Trojans announced that Wayman Jordan, running back, has re-signed with the program as if a contract like, oh, okay, you've re-signed for a few more years. He's under scholarship.
My God.
But they had to let everybody know he has re-signed with USC.
Yeah, I'm not going to yell about it, but that is a little distasteful to me.
Right. It's like, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs re-signed with the Lions. Okay, his contract was up. I guess in theory it's correct because your NIL deal is probably year to year.
Can I offer you a can?
Yes.
Just something fun, and it's NFL. May I just offer this here?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams has now attempted 1,000 passes in his career. Do you know how many interceptions he's thrown?
15?
12.
Okay.
Do you know why that's significant, gentlemen?
No.
That's the fewest in NFL history.
Oh, my Lord.
For a player drafted in his first 1,000 pass attempts. Can we say that even though he's not perfect, Caleb Williams is actually becoming really good?
Yeah, I can say that, Mike, because he actually got better from year 1 to year 2. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens from 2 to 3 in his second year under Ben Johnson.
He's
That
got the
could be
difficult
problematic.
He's got the difficult window passes down. He's just got to get the easy ones down. It's the damnedest thing, but he doesn't turn it over. So I just wanted to throw a can we say that at you. We'll get more of those as the day goes along. Lots more to do. 97.1. Hour number 2, good to have you on a Monday. We're going to get to the phones real quick. I just want to offer you a quick synopsis of where we're at reacting to Lions and Rams, and it's very simple to me. I didn't have high hopes going into the game. I just didn't think you were nearly good enough. Cutscene, you're not. The problem I have is, why is that an epiphany for your head coach? And we can play the audio at 3:15. We'll bump back with it. Basically, well, the good thing is now you have a firsthand look at what the best in the NFC looks like. Oh, I'm sorry. You needed to give up 30 first downs and 519 total yards to the Rams to realize you're not the best in the NFC? You haven't won back-to-back games since before the leaves started turning. Almost 90 days. Like, that's a delusion. That's the problem I have, is it sounds like, seems like, feels like, whether it's the players or the coaches, they've had a bit of an arrogance about them that they still think they're sweet. They still think they're last year's team. You're not. You haven't been. And barring a 2007 New York Giants fever dream Super Bowl run, this is a very disappointing season, and they're not that good, and they don't win back-to-back, and when they face anyone real, they get beat. Mm-hmm. Okay, there's your resume. So why is it an epiphany for Dan in week 15, and he's still doing that trope of, well, just got to get back to work and get better? That's like keep chopping.
No, but I think for Dan, it was that come to Jesus moment where all of a sudden you realize we're not that good. Maybe what people have been saying about us is true. We can't get out of our own way. We can't string together a consecutive win.
Think about that. In a 17-game season, they have not won 2 consecutive games for money since September 28th. I mean, what benefit of the doubt are we supposed to offer this team whose playoff scenarios now begin and end with must win 3 straight?
Right. No, because you know why? We got so lost in the sauce of, hey, they don't lose 2 in a row, that we weren't noticing they're not winning 2 in a row. And I think for Dan, I preached last week, it's a credibility game. And I think he saw this team's mortality yesterday. He saw this team, I think it sunk in. We may not make the playoffs. This is what it takes to not only make the playoffs, but be a Super Bowl contender. And he saw the Lions and the Rams yesterday, the Lions of last year.
Yes.
And he realized we are a long way away from what we used to be.
You've lost your superpower.
Yeah.
That offensive line. Look, guys, go look at it. Go look at Jahmyr Gibbs against the Giants, the Commanders, and the Bucks. And then look at everything else. You can't run the ball. We've been talking about it for weeks. You're not great on third downs. We've talked about it all season. And now they're almost scared of going for it on fourth because they're not good at that anymore. Mm-hmm. That's before we get to defensively where, let's face it, the last 2 drafts are hurting you. A bad free agent signing. I don't know what else to call DJ Reed right now. That was a bad signing. He's not good. And then you look at the Tesla thing. Look, it's adding up for Brad Holmes. I'm not mad at Dan Campbell. He doesn't shop for the groceries. But one thing I can't do is like, look, this offense, it was great for a half. And then you did what you can't do. You cannot come out of halftime and have a Ben Johnson third quarter in a big game, which is 3 straight, 3 and outs, and get outscored 17-0.
No, but to go back to what you said, Mike, Dan Campbell may not do the shopping, but Dan Campbell gives the list. Dan Campbell has some input on who we're going to bring in here.
That is fair.
So they always talk about it, how draft day, how we all sit in the room, we come together. If we're going to, we got to give Dan a little slice of that pie.
The last 2 drafts have not been good.
They haven't.
I mean, Ratledge is fine enough. Tyleek Williams is fine enough. There ain't nothing else in there I care about. And the year prior, forget about it. Terrion Arnold right now, he's not a bust, but he's bust light. Rakestraw is a complete bust.
I was about to say, the only thing good about Terrion Arnold is he's better than Rakestraw.
That's because he has 2 legs.
Hey, it works.
You drafted Manu, Wingo. Look, you want it? Here you go. This is the regression that was always going to come for you. Nobody drafts in a fever dream forever. Period. Mm-hmm. Now, Brad did a very nice job to lay the foundation, but the problem is he's got to find a way to get this thing across the finish line. They don't have a lot of money to do so. You're going to have to make tough decisions, including if you mess around with Goff's deal, that means you're going to be with him for much longer.
Now go ahead and say what you're stuck with him.
You have
You're
to
married.
make a decision. Instead of being able to get out in 2 years, you won't be able to get out for 4. This Kirby Joseph thing I'm very concerned with. It sounds like it's something he's going to deal with the rest of his career.
And because you're locking everybody up right now, you're relying upon draft picks to kind of fill in the gap until those contracts fall off. And you don't have that right now. So this next year's draft, you have to find at least 4 starters to play. 4 starters and probably 3 guys who can come in and be second string.
Now,
that's how critical this draft is.
Depending on what you read, your playoff odds are between 25 and 40%. Okay?
Yeah, I saw the one that you were talking about for the 25.
Yeah, and again, I mean, you do what you want with it, guys. Your scenarios, you got to win all 3 games. You're going to need someone to lose 2 out of 3, whether that's San Francisco not winning again or Green Bay, Chicago. Look, if Chicago loses 2 of 3 and one of them's to you, you can get it done. But these are all, you're basically 2 games out with 3 to go.
Right.
You need a ton of help.
Now your best bet is because Micah Parsons went down. You just kind of hope that was it for Green Bay and they can't find a way to beat the Bears or beat the Ravens, and you can backdoor your way in.
The Ravens are horrible.
Understand.
Nice 8 completed passes yesterday, Lamar. Scintillating. 248-539-9797. Where are you at with the team? And again, can they still get in? Sure. But what I can't square to circle on is for 8 hours before us, callers calling the shows. It's not the hosts, it's the callers. Oh, you're being hard on this team. We still have a shot. What should we be? You can't win 2 football games in a row in 3 months. Right. This was a winner-take-all game. You needed this to say we're a playoff team, and you got de-pantsed. Mm-hmm. What do you mean we're being hard on the team? What the hell is this, play school?
You're being hard on the team guy or person is
an idiot.
No, those are the ones, Mike, who like to hearken back to how bad things used to be. And you should be appreciative now that we're talking playoffs, that we're talking scenarios for them to get in, that we're talking about a team that can get to the Super Bowl.
It was Super Bowl or bust.
I understand.
You can talk about whatever you want.
But we're not talking draft picks. So those people are saying, hey, this team is good and you should appreciate where we're at because we could be talking about, getting the 2nd or 3rd overall pick next year and should you start tanking.
Cool. So your husband comes home hammered 3 nights a week and falls down the stairs, but it could be worse because it could be 5 nights a week.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. Okay. Thanks, guys. Appreciate the life advice. Let's go to Jim, 97.1. Jimmy, what's good, buddy?
Hey, guys. One thing that really irritates me and that really bothers me is I heard after the Green Bay game that McNeil had 0 tackles. So he played about 50 plays. And then I heard last night, Stony said that he didn't make a single tackle and he played around 50 plays. So let's figure this out. You play 100 plays in 2 games, you're a defensive tackle, and you didn't make 1 tackle. All you had to do is jump on a pile. How can you not make 1 tackle and you play 100 plays and you make $24 million a year? I have a problem with I have a problem with this pass rush. Hutch is making $40 million. He can't even get any pressure at all. And Holmes did nothing. These GMs in this city, I don't know what's wrong with them, but they just don't make any moves. And I'm getting really irritated with this. With this defensive line, I saw it last year. You saw it last year. We kept on saying, this summer, you need a defense. You need some defensive ends. You need some defense. You need a pass rush. No, we don't. Well, guess what? You need it, and we've been saying this for a year. I don't understand what's going on with these GMs, and I don't understand how McNeil is playing when you get no tackles and he played 100 plays in 2 games. That, to me, is amazing.
Well, all right, there's a lot to unpack there. Let's simplify, because I think if you're going to use a grading system for defensive tackles based on stats, that's dangerous, Jim, because that's not really in the job description, right? Like, what are you comparing it to? You can't comp it to a linebacker or a safety. Are you doing your job? Are you impacting the line of scrimmage? Are you moving people? Are you not only occupying, but you are defeating blockers? Look, that just hasn't been what we've gotten from Aleem McNeil. I mean, again, I don't think I even have to go to Pro Football Focus, which some of you love. I do not. But he's not good. He's not. Outside of the 2 bull rushes against Tampa Bay and the game-winning play against the Giants, where that's why Hutch got the sack. It was Aleem blowing up the guard, forcing Jameis back in the pocket. No, he hasn't been that good. Did they rush him back? Is he just not the same? He's had multiple catastrophic leg injuries. It's the same thing. DJ Reader was a really nice player with the Texans and Bengals. He blew both his quadriceps. He's not the same guy. I mean, hell, your best defensive tackle right now might be Roy Lopez, and that's not a compliment. That's a problem. So it's okay to talk about Aleem. You pay him a lot of money. He's got to be better. I just don't know how healthy he is. That's a 300-pound man off a blown-out knee. I don't know. But is he playing well? No. And I'm not going to rely on some nerd in Belfast to offer a grade. I watch the games. He's not moving the line of scrimmage. Collectively, as a position group, the defensive tackles are not owning it. Is that fair? Unfair?
No, Mike, it's very fair.
Or should I go to Luxembourg and talk to some guy named Otto who works for PFF?
We have our own Otto.
All right. Stop ignoring the cold. Get with Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup, make sure it's running properly. And right now, it's only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. You know the temperatures are brutally cold. And don't forget Mastercraft. They do plumbing, electrical, generators, all at discounted prices. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. It's Dan Campbell. That's the comments that kind of irked me. But again, we're all annoyed after the game. It's just one of those weird things. Like, man, what it took playing the Rams for you to figure out you weren't close to being elite. Well, that should have been the message you've been delivering since late September. You haven't been able to put back-to-back games together. I mean, if we're sitting here in La La Land and we're going, damn, you're outside the top 20 in third down percentage. That's not elite. Your running game's outside the top 10. That's not elite. Like, if we're talking about legitimate issues, if you fired your OC, then don't turn around and give me that after week 15. Like, oh, golly gee, man, the Rams are good. Really? You don't say. And then the question is just, well, can they fix this? Can they become? He says they just have to go back to work and fix a few things. I don't believe that. I don't. It doesn't mean there's not a miracle on 34th Street playoff run. Like, it's sports. Things happen. Mm-hmm. But right here as we sit here, no, the problems aren't fixable. Your line of scrimmage isn't good enough. That's just not fixable. It's like having bad pitching. You can't fix it.
Right.
My pitching sucks.
Right. And you can't fix it with 3 games to go.
No.
These are the cards that you've been dealt. You have to play them to the best of your ability. You can fix it in the offseason. You had an offseason. You had a trade deadline to go in there and try to fix
That's
this.
where the heat is going to get turned up. Mm-hmm. And that's the folly of the people that called this station. Thank God we haven't had one of these in our hour or so that we've been on the air. This is not about Dan Campbell. If you want to say he has a say in it, that's fine. This is about Brad Holmes. We all mocked that offseason, and he mocked everyone. Mm-hmm. Well, who's getting the last laugh? That offseason was a joke. Yeah. And here we are.
Trade deadline. Really?
I count that as an offseason.
Yeah, okay.
I say it's free agency, draft, deadline. The 3 levers of acquisition. I think he failed at all of them.
He did.
David, quickly on Ticket Text, and I'll go back to the packed phone lines.
I am just so tired of my Detroit sports teams forcing me to do playoff math. Maybe I'm just more tired of being Lloyd Christmas, so you're telling me there's a chance that it's time at work.
I mean, listen, it's rare you're going to go out and do what they did last year. Playoff math is okay. It's just the math isn't favorable because big games have big consequences. Yesterday was a must win. You didn't win it. Well, now you do. You got to be Charlie from It's Always Sunny. We got to have a full matrix.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because here's the thing. We always say, hey, had you lost to the Giants, your playoff chances would be over. Well, had you beat the Vikings, you'd be in a much better spot right now. But you didn't.
This team clearly isn't on the same level as the top contenders. Going into the season, it was obvious where we had missing pieces and the GM didn't address them. Now the chickens are coming home to roost. I got shredded last night saying that they just aren't good enough this year. Even if we get in, we'll lose in the first, maybe second round. Please stop complaining about the refs, Detroit. That's not why we lost.
Yeah, we haven't had those people. I heard it on the other shows, not primarily by the hosts. I give Cookies credit. He tried. TJ was just shilling it up. Well, I'll just say that they don't do us any favors. Okay, fine. The ball's at the 1 penis line, and they get 4 cracks at it. Come on, Tej.
You know what they shouldn't do? How about the Lions should go and score on the drive before that, and then that touchdown.
Don't have 3 straight 3-and-outs. There's an idea. Yeah. Go to Tim, 97.1. Timmy, what's going on, buddy?
We got to be very honest about this team we see. Now, Jared Goff will not get us a championship. He has no ability to throw under pressure. So I hear a lot of calls about the offensive line, but can somebody tell me any offensive line in the league that's perfect? Every top-tier quarterback is able to evade the pocket and make a pass. I'm not talking about scramble. I'm talking about throw a pass under duress. And Goff can't do that. So we will not be able to win the championship with him.
I mean, Tim, I've said he's good enough to win it, but it's got to be done a certain way. I can't argue your point. If this is the offensive line you're going to put in front of him, no, you can't win a Super Bowl. I think you could have last year, but everybody died on defense. And you were up 17 in an NFC title game, and Jared Goff didn't drop those passes. That was Josh Reynolds. But I hear you. Tim, listen, if the O-line is going to be this, you're going to be right. Simple. They have to get this line back to an elite level. And if you can't do that, don't want to do that, well, then you can't have him as your quarterback. That's the cost of admission. You want him? Here's what comes with it. It's no different than marriage. You're marrying the complete package here. You get all the good and the bad. Well, with Jared, here's what you get. And here's what you got to do for Jared to be the best version of himself. So, yeah, not going to look real good if Taylor Decker retires.
No. I think this year's draft is just nothing but offensive and defensive linemen, period. I swear, if you even are tempted at taking a wide receiver or running back, just grab the phone.
I did. Did you laugh at what Brady was saying in the second half? Brady was like, the Lions, they just don't have enough weapons on offense. I'm going, Amon-Ra and J-Mo have caught a combined 20 passes out here. Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs, one of the best backs in the league. Okay, they're down Sam Laporta. Full stop. I understand that. What? Right. You're acting like they're the San Francisco 49ers with Kittle hurt, and I can't figure out who the receivers are.
Right. You still got Montgomery as well. Like, they have enough weapons on offense. That's the last thing. No free agents, no nothing. Nothing. Develop Tesla, get him in there, and let's go.
Well, they do need another tight end. I'm just saying. I mean, what are you going to do? Brock Wright, year 12?
Dan Skipper.
If you're trying to do what's best for Jared Goff, then you need another tight end because that's usually his security blanket.
Okay, fine. Go get some rehashed tight end.
That's all. I just meant that. You got to let me shop in the Scott Harris store for a tight end.
Brock Wright couldn't be that guy for you.
He could. He blew out his larynx. That's kind of a unique injury. I don't know what we're dealing with there. All right.
I don't need him to screen.
Okay, we'll go to Sean, 97.1. Sean, what's going on, bud?
Hey, guys. Merry Christmas. Enjoying the show. Y'all touched on so many things, but it still comes back to who has to be held accountable for our position, or the position that the Lions are in. And to me, it still goes back to Brad Holmes, where you rant and raved about your picks 2 or 3 years ago. And then I think he was just riding this high saying, no, we got our guys. And we don't. And Dan Campbell said it years ago. When we lost in the NFC Championship, he said it's hard to win.
Yes.
And look at what happened the following year. Yeah, we went 15-2, but our defense was decimated. Look at us now. And I don't know how I was hoping and praying and wishing. Now I got to sit up and watch this mess on Christmas Day. I mean, where do you go from here? Because like you said, we don't have – what do we have to trade? What do we have to give? I think Tesla was a good pick. I just don't think he was a good pick for that time or at that position or that draft number.
It's really surprising that they did that and they paid J-Mo, and then you come into the season and Tesla can't get on the field, and I'm seeing more of Khalif Raymond than him. And, it doesn't add up. I mean, Sean, listen, they still have a hell of a lot of talent. They're still going to win a hell of a lot of games. You know, would I be shocked if they won the last 3? No, I would just be surprised. But the where do we go from here stuff is just, look, this was always going to be a challenging year. Last year, you had a lot of regression coming. And, you're fringy playoffs now. And the odds suggest you're probably not going to make it. I don't think that that's some organizational teardown. But if you're asking how are you going to rebuild that offensive line, that's much more challenging. I mean, if Decker retires, you move Sewell to left tackle. That's a natural. He's played it before anyways in college. He started a little bit as a left tackle as a rookie, and he's superb. I would have just no doubt he'll be superb. But then,
you know what? But see, here's the thing. I thought about this. Has he played right tackle so much now that maybe he just is a right tackle? That there may be a little bit of I know he's played it before, but just a little bit of a learning curve of now doing everything opposite.
Maybe, I guess.
Because I thought, okay, after a year or two, you would swap him and Decker. Well, he's been there for so long.
Oh, because Decker keeps hanging on.
that maybe
you're not going to ask the veteran to move. But now look, Decker is either done after this year or he's got one more year left. Who are we kidding? And Manu, forget about it. I mean, what are you going to do? Turn the left tackle spot over to him?
No. I'm saying maybe you go out and with your first selection, you draft a left tackle, and then you just let Patul stay right where he at because he's been playing that position for so long.
Don't hate it. Whatever you do, don't draft another corner because it's clear you don't know what you're doing there.
No corner, no wide receiver.
No, I mean,
anybody that you draft in the first and second round needs to be at least 6 feet away from the football pre-snap.
Rico's got some real hard and fast rules on his draft.
Yeah, I know Doug's that says no hard and fast. That's mine. You can't be at least 6 feet away from the ball pre-snap.
248-539-9797. Straight to the phones. Next, 97.1.
Hey, what if more reliable didn't mean more expensive? With Xfinity, you get more reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for less. We're talking intelligent gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month. This holiday season through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig speed Wi-Fi guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts, no strings attached. You can save over $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same prices for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity, their best Wi-Fi equipment, and even unlimited data included, all at their best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with a stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet, powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and post-promo prices for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line.
Gotta hate this song. All right, let's keep it moving, please. I want to go right back to the people. Everyone's been very patient. We are appreciative of that. We go to Johnny. He's up next, 97.1. Johnny, what's the word, buddy?
Hey, guys. So I got a question here. Can you recall any game in the last 3 years that we improved in the second half via coaching?
A game that you've improved in the second half. So is this the halftime adjustments question?
It's that, but it's also looking at how this team wins games. It's often, we're gambling on defense to get sacks because we can't get pressure. We have to score a lot of points, get up big so that the other team turns one-dimensional. And it's not really like sustainable football. And, I'm asking myself, how are we going to improve this team? Like, who's going to grow up next year or the year after that? That's already on the roster, that Brad Holmes supposedly has built us for sustainability. And what capital do we have to go out and acquire missing pieces?
Yeah, there's your problem.
Because we've already wasted that.
Yeah, no, Johnny, there's your issue. You're short on draft picks a little bit. And depending on how much the cap goes up and then what you're willing to do with signed players and with restructurings, you could be limited there too. But see, Johnny, this has been my problem all along, and I want to know your thoughts. Mm-hmm. I have just believed there's a finite window in this league. And the idea that Brad Holmes scoffed at that and that this team felt that they were just going to be good in continuum or Super Bowl level in continuum, that just flies in the face of the very CBA this league is designed.
Completely agree. And, as I'm thinking about this whole Jared Goff situation, I'm wondering, if you need to pad him the way we all know you have to, can you afford that type of offensive line and team that you have to pad him with to win a title? Is that even feasible?
If it's drafted, yes. But again, drafting young O-linemen, the strike rate is really difficult. I mean, Sewell fell in your lap. Who are we kidding? If the Bengals don't take Jamar Chase, you do. He fell in your lap. He's a Hall of Famer. He's phenomenal. He's the best lineman you'll ever have. But the rest of that line, Ratledge has a right to get better. Mahogany has a right to get better. But left tackle and center are going to be a real concern. Can you draft players that are going to come in here and play at a high level? That's what it'll come down to.
And really hit the ground running, not just drafting, but they got to be ready to go from game one.
Yeah, and that's a big ask. And it may sound crazy, but I mean, do we get in the market for Joe Burrow and trade Goff and try to do it that way?
No one's doing that. First of all, if the Bengals trade Joe Burrow, you can shut the franchise down. They can't even remove the snow from their stadium. Those cheap bastards. The point is, no one wants Jared Goff. You have to understand, Goff's value is to you. His value, he is worth exponentially more here than anywhere else in football. So that he's not that type of quarterback that you're going to be like, ooh, let's. And second of all, trying to trade a quarterback with these contracts and what happens and it triggers and the dead money, that ain't happening. But no one's lining up for him. I hate to break that to you. This is his home. This is where he has value.
Yeah, no, I'm not laughing at Goff. I'm laughing because I heard what you said on your football show about the Cincinnati
Bengals. So for
Bengals.
the people, if you were one of the hardy Bengal fans who showed up to that game yesterday, your reward was the snow wasn't removed from your seat because the Bengals would rather pay the fine because it's against league policy to do that to your customers. The fine is less than the cost of snow removal. Here's what you should do. You don't remove the snow from your stadium, $10 million fine. See how fast they'd be out there shoveling.
Right. But when some bean counter said, whoa, it's going to cost us more to hire a crew to come in here, or the people will just have snow on their seats and they could just brush it off themselves, and the fine's $10,000? Or we pay $100,000. I don't know who you're saving the money for because it ain't like you're paying your players.
Oh, boy. 248-539-9797.
I thought that was so funny when you said that.
I tried. We go to Ryan, 97.1. Ryan, how you doing, pal?
Guys, thanks for taking the call.
Thank you for the call, man. I'm sorry it took that long.
you bring up the Bengals, Mike. I mean, shouldn't Mike Brown, shouldn't he be playing mahjong with Martha in a retirement home somewhere? I mean,
at a global old people's canasta tournament. Yes.
I mean, it's seriously. But guys, yesterday's game. I mean, the play that all the fans are crying about. Okay, so the Rams, they score 3 plays. They score 3 plays later instead of that touchdown right there. We weren't stopping anybody the entire second half. So the issue with I'm going crazy. I know, guys. I know everybody's going crazy about the officiating. The officiating is horrendous throughout the league. It's not just our games, people, and these fans that consistently cry about it. It's just it gets old. I mean, yeah, I went nuts about the Dallas playoff game 10 years ago, but you know what? It is what it is. There's no change in that.
No, but Ryan, here's the problem I have. I don't know what these calls are that these people think changes the fact that you allowed 30 first downs, 3 for 3 on fourth down, 160 yards rushing, and over 520 yards of offense. When it's the Cowboy game and it's the seminal moment and you get screwed on a game-tying play, I'll listen to it. Mm-hmm. Even if Parkinson is down at the half-yard line, what are we talking about? They get 4 cracks from the Nathan's hot dog line. There's nothing to talk about. All right, good talk. I'm supporting you, Ryan. Did Ryan think I was yelling at him? I wasn't.
No. I thought he thought you were going to keep going on and on, but no, it's.
I'm going to yell at David if we don't start to get a little more Dean Martin holiday music. I'm very offended. It's ridiculous.
I'm upset that you all didn't realize I played that song, Marshmallow World, like 5 times on Friday.
I know, but I haven't heard it today.
Because I played it in
You didn't like, is that Marilyn Monroe?
I don't like
Eartha Kitt.
Oh. Okay.
Whoa, go ahead, say it. No, I don't know who that was either. Because everybody's remade that song, and it's awful. Every version of Santa Baby's atrocious.
You're right, 1,000 people have done that.
It's terrible. Yeah. Absolutely awful. 248-539.
Right, you want to talk about seductive Christmas music? It's that one.
It's
not the Temptations. They just telling you it's a silent night and a holy night.
And every ornament on the tree is an EPT pregnancy test. That song is sexualized Christmas music. All right. Let's get it together. Hungry Howie's. Sorry about that transition to everybody at Hungry Howie's. It's very simple. Holidays, you're going to cook a ton. So take a few nights off, make one of them Hungry Howie's. The mix and match deal. Pizza's not a one-size-fits-all deal. You get fussy people. Everybody likes what they want on their own. Fine. $7.49 each. Doesn't matter what your family's throwing at you. You get it covered. From salads to baked subs to cheese bread to, yes, the pizzas. $7.49 each. Mix and match. And make everybody happy for the holidays. Everybody wins. So take advantage of it. Order online today at hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com. Now this is Christmas music. Nat King Cole. This is premium. Can we all agree on that, please?
It's just as soulful as the Temptations.
No, this is classy.
Classy, soulful.
I don't think soul and class are mutually exclusive. I'm saying the Temptations one is sexualized nonsense.
David, I'm
Nat King Cole is a gentleman.
It's not with the Temptations.
Not with that song, they weren't. Remix titled Mom's Pregnant Under the Tree.
It's the perfect song for Christmas Eve.
Nat King Cole is.
The Temptations.
The whole Nat King Cole album. That's the difference. You can't have just one Christmas song and compete with the Don like Nat King Cole or Dean Martin. They have albums. Temptations do not have an album that anyone celebrates.
They do.
They have one song.
No.
Well, David's had carte blanche over the Christmas list for a decade. How come there's no more Temptations on there? Because none of it's any good. Here we go. David, don't point that finger at me. That's rude. All right. Can we get back to the people? Song. That is not Christmas. It's ridiculous. Can we welcome a legend of this show?
Absolutely.
Can we welcome Ivory back into the mix after a Lions game? Ivory, how are you, sir?
Man, I'm a little.
Oh my!
Sorry about the voice. The voice, man. A little. I hate the wintertime. Just sinuses and stuff. But I'm trying to compact my thoughts because I know I only have a short amount of time.
You're good.
But my thing. First of all, let me say I'm not trying to say I don't want to fire Dan Campbell. I don't want to get rid of Brad Holmes. But my thing, I've always tried to be the type of fan where I be realistic. Even though I love my Lions to the core, be realistic towards the problems of the team. I can't remember who said this, but somebody said this a while ago. I don't know if it was you guys. I can't remember. Somebody said sometimes he coaches like he still has a team from last year.
No, we've said that. I've said that a bunch. Rico said it a bunch. You can't do that. That team's not here.
Right, and I'm not trying to blame him for. He had some really big faults, like as far as his timeouts, but I honestly don't think those played too big of a part in the failure, because it's not like they really got super blown out, But let me get to my point real quick. My biggest issue is kind of starting to become, when I watch these games for them, is Brad Holmes, and he got this roster to where it is now, right? But I'm just tired of seeing these high round picks, like Hendon Hooker. He's not on the team anymore. 3rd round pick. Broderick Martin, you traded up to get. You might as well say he's not on the team anymore. Giovanni Minu, traded up to get him. You might as well say he's not on the team anymore. They're not going to put him out there. And then the Tesla thing. I like Tesla because I remember watching him in college. He was good. You traded up for 2 or 3 third-round picks to get Tesla, right? I don't have a problem with you picking the players that you deem that can help this team. I'm just a fan. I don't have your skill set. But I'm saying, man, he's got to get out of drafting these high-round players that aren't doing anything for the team. You know what I'm saying? If you traded up to get the guy, you're not even giving this kid run. You have 2 receivers. The defense is players play, right? You know what I'm saying?
Isn't it interesting though? I'm glad you hit this, Ivory. Stay with me for a second on this. And Rico, I'm not putting you on blast anyway. I was watching last night because I'm a loser. But Minnesota's kind of unearthing something of listen, we understand the young quarterback, tight ends are a good thing, better pass pro. But when they're getting into into the 3 wide sets, getting Addison, Naylor, and Jefferson on the field, it's growing. It's getting better. See, Ivory, I'm with you. Is how the hell do you do that with Tesla and he can't get on the field over Cully Freeman? What? How?
The thing is that I think it's gotten to a point now with other teams where if you really look at it, especially with Laporta being hurt, that was huge. And then, you only have two receivers. You have two guys that the defense now knows when it gets down into the critical times of the game, okay, that's all they have. And they don't have a overall – the offensive line is really they're the highest scoring offense in the league. I get that. But when it gets down to the nitty-gritty and these teams, that game yesterday, once the Rams realized you had third stringers and practice squad guys in the secondary, it was over with. And I just think that sometimes it's just not your year. But at the same time, it's I hope Brad Holmes is sitting back in the press box or wherever he's at, looking at this and going, okay, I've got to stop with this high, because I'm just saying, get guys that can help you and maximize your window, because now you're seeing where your window isn't always going to be there. They have a big window because they have a young, talented team. But my biggest gripe is just starting to be you got to be aggressive and you got to stop with these third-round, high-round projects.
Well, and Ivory, you did a great job going all the way back to what the hell was Hendon Hooker? What the hell was Broderick Martin?
Right.
What is
They
Tesla?
Do nothing for you.
What is Manu?
They do nothing for you.
No, but remember, Ivory, this is what I can't speak to the other shows. I'm telling you how we feel. And you know it, Ivory. You listened a decent amount. This whole idea of, we're going to be consistently good and we're going to build for the long view, that never jives with winning the Super Bowl now.
And real quick before I get off, the biggest problem with them as far as I think right now they're not winning is really the lack of depth they've recorded as far as receiver. But also, I'm not trying to give them excuses for injuries, but they have the injuries in the back end of their secondary with Joseph and Branch, and then you're not getting anything. I think it's kind of backfired. I don't mind them paying their players, but you're not getting nothing from McNeil. You're not really, as a whole, getting anything from Hutchinson as far as getting pressures. But a good play yesterday. But I'm saying you're not getting any. Anceloni is taking a step back. It's just not their year, man.
And that's okay. And I'm with you. It doesn't mean it's this huge referendum on anyone's job or anything like it. But Ivory, it's fans have to take a look in the mirror and just accept reality. You can't wish it away. And okay, fine, they got a shot. Who's picking them to go to Seattle and win a game? Who's picking them in a rematch against the Rams? Who's picking them to go to Philly? You already had a crack at these teams.
Fair.
And to Ivory's point, how many times were J-Mo and Amon-Ra targeted yesterday? Targeted, not catches. Now, they had 20 catches between them. How many were they targeted?
I don't know, like 30.
28 times.
Okay.
How many times were other receivers targeted yesterday? Not named J-Mo or Amon-Ra. On 41 pass attempts.
So it's what, 2?
2. Once for Raymond, once for Tesla. Come on.
You missed Tim Patrick, don't you?
He's not right. It's that Morgan Freeman meme. He's right, 97-1. All right, 4 o'clock, and we always like to kick off the 4 p.m. on a Monday while we are still knee-deep in Lions reaction. We open up, can we say that? Something you're thinking, you're afraid to share it at the water cooler. You want to know, can I say this? Sports, obviously. No, we're not saying yell foul words in the middle of the office.
No.
Which David is prone to do.
Right. We're not giving condolences.
But like I brought up a can we say that about Caleb Williams. I mean, 1,000 career passes. He's thrown 12 picks. Fewest in NFL history. Can we say Ben Johnson's doing the job with Caleb Williams?
Can we just say that Ben Johnson is doing the job?
Yeah. Can we say you're never going to be able to replace Ben Johnson? How about that?
And I think Chicago's okay with him calling the plays.
Yeah. I'd say so. Yeah. All right. Go ahead. Can we say that live at a 4 p.m., shall we?
Yep.
Thank you, Stephen A. Please, go ahead.
So after watching some football and 60 Minutes last night, did a special report on Indiana football. They had John Mellencamp on there. I didn't know he was a big Hoosier fan, and he actually bought a practice facility back when they were horrible.
Totally overrated musician, by the way.
We're not getting into that.
Okay.
Thank you.
But can we say,
who are Jack and Diane, and who cares?
Indiana is here to stay.
Yes. The new world of college football, as long as you can grossly outspend others, as long as there's no salary cap, and as long as they have the combination of Signetti and Mark Cuban's money, yes.
Because as a caveat to that, when you look at 1-2 in the Heisman voting,
Indiana and Vandy
came from Indiana and Vandy.
It's also the worst year for the Heisman Trophy ever.
Regardless, Mike.
Okay.
And I think maybe that's why, because it came from Indiana and Vandy. So we can't wrap our heads around, well, it wasn't a superpower.
How about the last 3 Heisman winners or transfers?
Well, that just goes without saying.
No, but my point is
that means your boy Bryce can't win, David, unless.
Well, no, he's going to win 2, so that would put him in a separate pile.
Archie.
He's the modern-day Ron Paulus.
Okay. All right, some pro stuff. Can we say the Eagles' offense is fixed?
No, stop it. Stop.
That's why I say
the Raiders are the town bike. Everyone gets a ride. The Raiders had 75 total yards. How is that possible? No. What you do against the Raiders, invalid.
Yeah, I don't take anything away from the Raiders game yesterday or the Browns game yesterday. Those teams, they just got get-right games. It is what it is. No.
Speaking of the Browns, can we say that by hook or by crook, Myles Garrett is going to try to work himself out of this Cleveland contract and try to find somebody to trade with?
I can't.
I've never seen a career wasted like this.
Yeah, but he did it to himself. He didn't have to take their money. He could have held out. He could have been steadfast. Now, all he's managed to do is have the greatest season in the history of the league that no one will care about. Myles Garrett has a very credible shot. He's 1 sack from the record. I won't be shocked in the least if he gets upwards of 27 or 28 sacks. This is a man who's capable and has done 5-sack games this year.
I mean, he's having one of those contract year kind of.
Yeah.
Well, because guys in their contract year all of a sudden play above their head so they get paid,
so
and then they come back
the
down
contract.
to the door. Right. He signed it, and he's still tearing it up, and it is wasted, empty calories playing for Cleveland.
I will tell you, he should pay Mason Graham by buying him a house. This should be the Pete Carroll, Reggie Bush deal. Mason, I really appreciate your arrival to the team, and I've had the greatest season ever, and you're a great player. I'd like to buy you and your family a home. Like, if you're making $40 million, do you just duke the guy $1 million? Just be like, Mace, here, do whatever you want, buddy. Mason Graham's an absolute war daddy.
Yeah,
just a beast.
After the season he's having, it's sort of like a quarterback giving their O-line some gifts.
Right, it's not a watch anymore. You buy Mason Graham a house.
Or even if you want to defer it. How much is your house? Okay, I'm going to pay it off over the next 5 years.
Don't
make another payment.
All I wanted was the Giants to take Mason Graham. That's all I wanted. Oh, God.
After looking at what Vrabel is doing in New England,
Yeah.
Can we say that the Titans really have no idea what they're doing?
Correct. Because Amy Fisher Strunk stinks. One of the worst owners in the league. She's atrocious. The franchise is atrocious.
I feel sorry for Cam Ward. Like,
I don't feel bad.
He is literally out there playing backyard football.
Yeah.
Where he's just, no. Go deep. Go over there. Run.
You're describing his entire career at Miami, Incarnate Word, Wazoo. That's the Cam Ward experience.
Here's what I want to believe with the Vrabel situation. I want to believe that Robert Kraft knew how bad the ownership was in Tennessee, and he said, I'm going to do the Hall of Fame thing for Vrabel on purpose because I know it's going to upset them there, and I'm going to get my coach. That's what I want to believe.
I wanted to
Probably not
believe that the Giants tried to hire Vrabel, but I know that's not true.
Yeah.
Can I ask can we say that that's a little more serious? News today, Jackson Dart was evaluated for a concussion for a 5th time this season.
I was hoping it wasn't
His
that.
response is, why do they have to keep taking me out of these games? I just want to play football. Can we say that you must shut him down for the rest of this year? He's established he's your franchise QB. These are all hits he doesn't need to take.
Mike, you'll understand this reference. David, you may. Yeah, because he's about to win the Troy Aikman Steve Young Award.
Oh, dear.
Where, guys, that's why those two aren't in football anymore, because they kept taking concussion after concussion after concussion. Yes, if he's going to be your Mike, it's almost to the point, if I'm the Giants, I need to go out and get another quarterback.
No, just shut him down for this year.
No. You can shut him down. But after you keep getting concussions,
you get
you're concussion prone. That if somebody just slaps you on the head saying good play, you passed out like you in church.
Was the concussion that Aikman retired on the one where his teeth got put through his tongue? He got hit right in the chin. Wasn't that the one against Arizona and it ended his career?
I don't think
No.
one.
I think you're mixing them.
Sorry, there were so many.
Steve Young was Aeneas Williams at Arizona.
Yes.
Lawrence Phillips decided he was going to break away from the play. He was supposed to block Aeneas and said, no, I'm going to go out and run a route. And it was a clean shot, and Steve Young died right there on the field.
4 safety assassins. Aeneas Williams, Chuck Cecil, Ronnie Lott, Steve Atwater.
Yeah. Yep.
By the way, for the young people out there.
Dawkins.
For the young people.
I was about to say, no Benny Blades?
Well, you got to pay your child support. But that disqualifies you. It's the holidays, man. You can't be a deadbeat and make the list. Now, hold on. Now, listen. Hear me. For the young people, go to YouTube and type in Chuck Cecil against the Giants. Now, this is when Cecil was a Packer. This is what the NFL used to be. It looks like Mortal Kombat.
Be careful, people. Be careful.
He comes out of the TV screen and takes a player and puts them out of the other side of the TV screen. Chuck Cecil on a football field, murderer.
Yeah, who was the safety for the Legion of Boom?
Was Earl Thomas or Cam Chancellor? Pick your delight.
Was it? Wait, I'm trying to think. The hitter was
Cam Chancellor. Killed people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I would add him to the list.
But Chuck Cecil
no.
Every hit was immediate CTE.
Dude, him and Ronnie Lott, nope. He might as well have put nope up front of his nope. Don't run across the middle.
Crazy.
Don't.
Absolutely.
Quarterback's going back. I quit. Don't call that play again, and I will quit right here.
Dare you.
All right.
Call that play again.
Can we say the Jags are a Super Bowl contender?
No, you're on crack.
Okay.
No, absolutely not.
Can we say, and I think this is an easy one, the Packers are done without Micah Parsons?
As far as winning a Super Bowl, it's over. You cannot lose a player like Micah Parsons and win a Super Bowl. You just and by the way, they lost Christian Watson yesterday.
Yeah, he's going to be back, but
I understand. I'm going to say their pursuit of a Super Bowl is over. By the way, I have this clip for you.
Okay.
I have found this for the young people.
I'm going to speak as a Lions fan. They don't need Micah Parsons. What do you need him for?
Well, I'm sure somehow or another, a lot of Lions fans like, see, if we would have traded, we would have lost him right now. Okay.
It's already come across the text today. You're right.
Can we say?
Oh my God! It never gets old. You got to see this. Woo! Shoulder pads are up to the top of his eyebrows, and he just sent Dave Meggett into a fourth dimension.
I understand.
Whoa!
I would still say that one of the best hits ever was a non-pro, Nehemiah Warwick.
It was legal
against Wisconsin when my man went to sleep midair.
When the feet, when you've put someone in an airbed, when the body is completely perpendicular to the ground in the air, the decleater.
Right. It was so bad the refs threw a flag later like, I think he's dead. I don't think that's allowed, is it? Go ahead and throw the flag. Can we say Phillip Rivers didn't embarrass himself?
Cecil. Go ahead.
Can we say Phillip Rivers didn't embarrass himself?
I got to be honest. I hated the idea of him playing, but then it just turned into, you know what? Do it for the old people. He can't throw it more than 5 yards. And he looked like he had just gotten off the couch. But damn it, there they were, up 16-15 in one of the grossest games ever. And you know what it was, too? You could tell Seattle did not prepare for this game.
You could tell Seattle was too busy, like, we have this game.
Yeah, they say Rivers is under center, please.
All I kept seeing was Scott Bakula in a North Texas uniform.
What about Dean Stockwell?
All right, last one. Can we say the playoffs won't be the same without the Chiefs?
No, we could say it. It'll be better.
But no Taylor.
It's going to be amazing.
You know what? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Swaddle this baby. Now, do I have a volunteer or do I need a volunteer? Thank God. I don't have to look at her. I don't have to look at Kelsey's bum ass.
Can we say that? 97-1.
All right, David, we are in dereliction of duty regarding ticket text. We'll get to the phone calls, Lions reaction. Look, pretender or contender, do you have any faith they're making the playoffs? It's not impossible, but their odds are as low as 25%, depending on the sourcing, as high as 40%. The reality is that was a winner-take-all game that if you wanted to say, yes, we're a playoff team, yes, we can compete to get to a Super Bowl, you had to win. And you played a half of football. Third quarter outscored 17-0, 3 straight 3-and-outs, a garbage touchdown to make it look like the game was close, and you gave up over 500 yards, 160 on the ground, 30 first downs. Man, please. David, what do the people have to say, buddy?
The defense giving up over 500 yards with a healthy front seven is inexcusable. Where's Aleem? Where's Reeder? Davenport is a ghost. This has to be fixed.
Look, Aleem looks like he's not the same player. Reeder, his best days are way behind him. His best days are Houston and Cincinnati, so that's done. Tyleik Williams is a rookie who plays a very specific role. I'm not going to knock him. Roy Lopez has been maybe your most impactful guy the last few weeks, and that's not a good sign. I mean, Davenport, forget it. This, I will go to my grave with this. This previous offseason was a joke. Win, lose, or draw. They could go on an 07 Giants fever dream. This offseason was a complete farce. So they have to answer for that at the appropriate time. In the here and now, you're 2 games out with 3 to go. And that's just, you're not good enough. You're not good enough at the line of scrimmage, period.
No, this is fair. And you're also going to need some help from other teams.
Lots of help. And by the way, you have to do something you haven't done in 90 days. Win back-to-back games plus 1. You haven't won 3 in a row. Forget it. 2 in a row. You haven't won since September 28th. Now, the Steelers, that limp bleep garbage, sure.
You got that game.
They'll beat them. But you know what's going to happen? JJ's going to put something else in your stocking, and I don't think you're going to like it.
So you don't think Aaron Rodgers can work some magic?
Nah, not unless you get him on that ayahuasca or something, and he gets all zany and starts slinging the ball around like it's 2015.
And you also have to remember that's a road game for the Steelers. He has not looked good on the road.
Plus, it's a short week for the Steelers. Okay. Yeah, I have no faith in the Steelers at all.
I'm just saying, Aaron Rodgers, the whole familiarity with the Lions.
You know what? If you can almost lose to Jameis and, in fact, lose to JJ, yeah, sure. Why not? Next.
From Chris, Chiefs game was alarming, and the Vikings game was really the beginning of the end. That loss was inexcusable on every level, and they haven't looked the same since.
No, but it's been all year, guys, if you really think about it. You played Green Bay twice. You lost them. You played the Rams. You lost. You played the Eagles. You lost. What's your best win? You want to sell me Tampa Bay, who sucks? Go ahead. Tampa Bay, 4 of their wins are on the last drive in the first month of the season. What is Tampa Bay? When you play real teams, you don't win. Ergo, you're not that good. That's my frustration. I'm tired of people apologizing for it. Like, let's just collectively express our disappointment and just say the truth. They're not that good. Injuries or otherwise. They're just not that good. So it would be miraculous if they were able to win 3 in a row, get to the playoffs, and then win 4 games in a row, a.k.a. 7 straight games to win a Super Bowl, when you can't win back-to-back in 90 days. Go ahead, David.
I bet the Lions over 10.5 wins this season, and I know my money is lost. If offered a buyout, I take it in a heartbeat. Yeah, I don't think that's being offered.
Listen, Rico had him at 10. I had him at 11. Rico's probably going to win that bet. Because the other thing I can't figure out is why people keep knocking the Bears. Guys, you do realize playing them 3 months ago plus has no bearing on today in that they weren't the team they are today.
Well, here's the other funny thing about that. They knocked the Bears, but then you really give no credit to the Vikings. And when you bring up, you lost to them at home. Yeah, but we got that game. That's money in the bank. It's like, okay.
Look, I'll say this. The last 2 weeks, I'm not going to make more of it than it is, but I want to be fair. If I'm going to throw this kid into a wood chipper, let me at least be fair when he's functional. JJ looks functional.
Who?
9.
Oh, okay.
He looks functional. Functional is not good. Functional is not great. It's functional.
Right. I would say inconsistent because some plays, it's like, oh, that was a pro throw, and there you go. You went back to being JJ again.
Yeah, that's actually a really good way of putting it. And it's Brian Flores against you, which we saw guys, teams who can expose the interior of your line are going to keep doing it. It's not going away.
Real quick, I'm looking at the Vegas line. You know what the line is for the Bears-Packers?
I do, so I don't want to spoil this.
Okay.
Let David guess it.
Bears are at home, correct?
Yes.
Bears by 4.5.
Packers by 1.5.
Packers. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Bears are going to win that game.
That's why I assumed it would be okay.
I mean, Jordan Love is going to slice and dice. They didn't lose that game because of Jordan Love yesterday. You put up 26 in Denver, you're supposed to win that game.
Had a beautiful throw in the end zone to Jacobs.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Lord.
Lord.
That defense spit the bit with Parsons and without. So that's not on Love.
Yeah, and even I know one of his interceptions, the ball was tipped in the air by the receiver, and it got picked. And I'm like, yeah, I could just see Cookies right now. Told you he stinks.
Oh, he hates him.
I know. I found that out yesterday during the pregame. I'm like, what is it about Love? I just don't think he's good. Okay. I'll let it go.
He hates him.
I'll let it go. I'll stand down.
Go ahead, David.
Can't we say that it's time to start talking about the 2026 NFL draft for the Detroit Lions?
No. There's football to be played. They still have a shot. It's time to talk about this team here today. The draft, free agency, man, all that stuff. Are you kidding me? I don't even want to think about it.
Someone's giving you your answer, I believe, on the Troy Aikman. They said it was LeVar Arrington, a Washington Cowboys game.
That might be the one. Yeah, his teeth went through his tongue. That's a tough Sunday.
And then someone else says, got to have Bob Sanders on that safety list. He has
good
something
one.
different.
Good one.
TJ at work.
That's a good one, Teach.
Okay.
But nothing is Chuck Cecil. Okay. Chuck Cecil was too violent for the NFL. Think about that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, talk about inconsistent. Thank you, Carolina Panthers. Every time we want to believe in you. Every time. You are the epitome of Tyra Banks. That's right.
Yeah.
They got a opportunity after a Thursday loss for the Buccaneers. Take advantage of the division and
nope. We don't want to be here.
You know, there's another comparison for it, but it's too early in the week to get in trouble. So I'll just save it. 248-539-9797. And we'll get to your phone calls next. The much safer approach. This football season, don't just show up on game day. Score big, Moran Buick GMC right now. The 26 GMC Sierra 4x4 Elevation starting at $199 a month, 24 months. Or drive home in a 26 in Vista. Leases start at $279 a month. Both deals, $999 down. And inventory rolls in every damn day. Just go to MarinExpress.com. You can check stock, but also book your certified service, which gets you that free loaner. So whether you're loading up or heading out to visit family for the holidays, Moran Buick GMC has the truck or SUV for you. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MarinExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, straight to the people. Marcus has been very patient. He's up next, 97.1. Marcus, go right ahead.
I'm thankful that I got a little break in regards to when I originally called. I got a chance to breathe, listen to a few calls.
Okay.
Because I was livid. I mean, my approach is, man, I'm a fan, right? And I like to think that I'm one of the best fans, just like everybody else. So when we're listening, of course I think the players are listening and hearing the same stuff we're listening to. And the approach that I hear some of everyone take just sounds so negative, right? So then that's where it's like, wait a second, man, now I got to check myself. Is it me, or is it just a shock jock approach to just make everyone come on and complain? Now, if I was an athlete and I was hearing that, this is not the type of feedback that I'm going to hear about coming in and winning 3 games straight. I want to hear that the fans got my back regardless.
Well, if you're an athlete and you're listening to radio, you're an idiot. That's one. This is not meant for athletes. So, yeah, if an athlete is listening to this, it's possibly the worst thing they could do with their time. Marcus, the bottom line is I presented facts. If you think that's shock jock or negative, that's on you. They haven't won back-to-back games since September 28th. You want me to lie to my audience?
No, I don't want any lies. I want the truth, and that's what we do. We eat the truth, and if we got to eat a loss, and a team comes out and plays poor, we got to eat that. But we got to believe. I stay believing, and I would like to just get some type of hearing. When I hear the fans call in and they say they believe, I think Isaac was the one that called in. We're fans. We want to hear some belief. We got 3 more games. We're still in this thing. And if we're not in this thing this year, we're going to be in the next year, and we're going to hear all the facts and all the administrative guys. But as far as an athletic person who knows what it takes to keep working and doing what we got to do day in and day out, whether you get a loss or not, that's the reason why it irritates me to hear so much negative energy.
Well, but Marcus, that's fine. But again, it's a free country. You don't have to listen to it. I mean, that's cool.
No, I'm listen to it. I love it. Listen, I love you guys, and I love that you guys talked me down too, because I was livid driving here, but now I'm back in the game.
All right. Marcus, it's just, ultimately, we base what we do on the resume, and I picked him to lose the game. There's no yelling and screaming for me. They have a chance to do it, but they're going to have to do things they haven't shown they're capable of this year. Is it possible? Yes. That's why I'll always cite the 07 Giants. That's a team that couldn't string together wins. That's a team that was 500, made the playoffs, had to win 3 straight road games to make a Super Bowl, and their reward was facing the best team in history, and they beat them. Anything's possible. But with this team, Marcus, and you know this because you watch the games and you know football, they are deeply flawed. And the line of scrimmage is their flaw. It's very hard to work around that, especially with a relative statue at quarterback.
I believe we're all flawed. I believe my wife is flawed when she makes her meatloaf, but I still support her day in and day out.
Okay.
One of these days, I'm going to come to the table, and it's going to be great. 85,000 fans inside Ford Field definitely are down to cheer and be the 12th man on the team, and we believe, man. Go Lions.
All right, Marcus. God bless. I can't help you. Just can't help you.
To summarize, so Marcus says that Detroit's getting too down on this team?
Correct.
Okay.
I tried. I'm not mad. We're just going to have to agree to disagree.
And we're too down on the team because they can't win back-to-back games.
Right. We should be telling people to believe that they can.
So it truly is the other side of the coin. We should be hyping up the fact they haven't lost back-to-back games.
I don't know what I can do to make Marcus happy.
I'm just trying.
Apparently, meatloaf would work. But I can't.
Not his wife's
that.
Meatloaf, though.
Look. I tried.
I mean, I feel like I need to hit the AI version. Can you summarize that for me? What just happened?
He wishes that the fans would get behind this team versus point out their flaws.
I think the fans are behind this team.
Once again, I don't know what to say.
The fact that they traveled out to L.A. to watch the Rams, as you would like to say, put a baby in you.
Certainly one way to say it. Let's go to Jason, 97.1. Jason, how you doing, buddy?
Oh, buddy. Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Jay.
Got a couple things to say. First, I appreciate what Marcus was saying, but, he's probably one of those delusional Lions fans that loves to scream, Jared Goff, Jared Goff. So, God bless him.
While eating his wife's meatloaf.
Yeah. Couple things here. First, can we say that we should have re-signed Carlton Davis instead of signed DJ Reed.
All right, gentlemen.
I don't think it's
Monday,
a one-for-one. I would just say if you didn't want to meet Davis's contract demands, they've clearly, at least the way watching the games, they've made a mistake signing DJ Reed. It doesn't look good. You could sign a lot of players, Jason, but they signed a guy, and I had to listen to people act like he was wholly better than Carlton Davis, which was never true. They're similar players. And this guy's come here and had a poor season. There's no other way to put that.
Yeah, I mean, just 4 inches height difference is a big deal to me. So that's number one. Number two, there are certain games where we need to use David Montgomery more. And Dan Campbell, for some odd reason, does not and won't put in Montgomery. And maybe it's because the NFL community and Detroit Lions fans absolutely love Jahmyr Gibbs and talk him up like he is the Messiah. And don't get me wrong, I love him. But there are certain times when we go up against a defense that is physical. We need to use Montgomery, especially if we're going to run right up the gut.
He had a nice spell in that game. Physical, moving the pile, impactful runs. You know, it is. And this is the problem where one guy's a superstar and the other guy's good. The problem for Jahmyr, Jason, it's not as simple as saying, well, we need to press the edges more. We're running between the tackles too much. It's that outside of 3 games against corpses like the Giants and the Commanders, he's not producing. Like, go look at the data. You know, there are way more games this year where he's more effective as a receiver than running because this line is getting him killed.
Which amazes me why we don't have Montgomery in pass protection and we don't have Gibbs as a wide receiver, as our third wideout right now.
You know, they did that a little bit against Dallas. Would have liked to have seen it a little bit more. Obviously, he played a little bit of slot at Georgia Tech. He would practice with the receivers a little bit at Alabama, it kind of as an in-case thing. But like here's the rushing data, just so people who are just joining the show don't think I'm making this up. In the opener, 9 carries, 19 yards, 22 for 67 against Baltimore. 17 for 65 against Kansas City, 9 for 25 against Minnesota, 12 for 39 against Philly, 20 for 68 against Green Bay again, 12 for 43 last week, 13 for 38 this week. I mean, not good enough. Now, yeah, okay, you ripped up the Giants who have the worst rush defense in the league. It's really, to me, it begins and ends. The offensive line was their superpower last year, and it has fallen off a cliff this year, Jason. Beginning, middle, and end. We can talk about DJ Reed. We can talk about the loss of Brian Branch and Kirby Joseph. If you had the offensive line you could replicate what you did last year. You were an unstoppable force. You're not that anymore. So I truly believe that, and because the running game's not as good, your play action is not as good.
Well, that and the fact that the guy who called the plays is no longer here. He's running your plays in Chicago. And he's doing it with lesser, air quote, players.
What a time it was to get made fun of all summer for believing losing Ben Johnson was a big deal.
Oh, no, he had a foot out the door. It's his fault why you lost to the Commanders and you didn't need him, and you'll see. And this offense.
No, we're seeing. Yeah. No, we're seeing.
Kyle Monangai, that's all I got to say.
They found a really good mid-round running back, and he's the perfect complement to Swift. And you're seeing it where Swift is still fresh this time of year, and he was great yesterday. Swift looked like the kid that we drafted here. Go to Aaron, 97.1. Hi, Aaron.
Hey, guys, what's up? Come on, Rico. You can't pretend like Ben Johnson ripping his shirt off and driving around in Ryan Pohl's limo doing shots of Malort didn't have something to do with that divisional game. That made me sick.
Oh, my. Okay.
But hey, the Christian Mahogany might have been the 2-out single in the worthless half inning that was the 2024 draft. But Mike's right. It's all offensive line. That's the beginning and end of this. And then when you have targeted injuries where you lose Laporta, Wright, and Zylstra. And then, we could talk about Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, but what about the guys behind them that actually get practice reps? They're not even on the field anymore. We're still playing meaningful games in December. I'm going to enjoy that. But this team is clearly not what it was last year. And we talked in week 5, guys. I called in, and we were all excited about the possibility of Holmes grabbing Phillips, who was just there for the taking. That didn't happen. I think our GM needs to grow up a little bit, maybe become a little less stubborn. But I will say the core of this team is still intact.
It's
for
still
the
good.
Foreseeable future, and it can be fixed.
Aaron, I agree with all your sentiments. I do. Look, it's very simple. If the cost of this season being a down year and maybe not making the playoffs is lighting a fire under Brad Holmes' ass to be more aggressive, I'll take that trade-off.
Yeah.
Fair?
More aggressive and actually really not trying to trade away your draft picks and do this thing the right way.
97-1. All right, let me take a quick moment here. It's FanDuel. All your favorite NFL bets. Monday night, this is going to be a rough one, so I don't know what to tell you. 30% profit boost token is there for you if you want it. What's bettable? Maybe under 42.5. I don't know. It's a grotesque game. FanDuel.com/ticket. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 and up, present Michigan. Opt-in is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and wager amount. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. And if you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, gentlemen. It's Monday. Can we say that Diego Pavia probably shouldn't drink and hit social media after you lose the Heisman? Don't know if you saw it or not, but basically he said F all the voters for not voting him in, along with pictures of him dancing with signs, digital signs saying F Indiana.
Yeah. This is what happens when you empower an idiot and his idiot family, and no one tells them no. So his brothers are like the Jokic's Jr., and his mom's acting a fool at the game, and no one tells you no. And you hand him a bunch of money, and then, that wasn't my real feelings, and I don't want that to represent me. Log out. No, it's exactly how you felt, Diego. It's exactly how you felt.
It's like, wow. F all the voters, and you didn't vote for me. David, did you see?
Can we just shut college football down? Just be done with it.
I saw it, Rico, and I was hoping he got hacked or there was some AI version of him. And then I said, nope, this is real. Yeah, this cannot happen.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't do this.
I mean, like they showed Mendoza with his teammates and them celebrating and all in New York City Times Square. But then they showed Diego as he's dancing it up with the little digital sign that's scrolling F Indiana. Like,
tell you one thing.
Bro.
Hey, congratulations. You probably just cost yourself getting drafted in the 4th round.
Bingo.
You're probably a 6th or 7th round pick. This is the Shador playbook. Teams do not want to deal with this crap. They don't want to deal with your brothers embarrassing the team. They don't want to deal with your mom acting a fool. They don't want to deal with your immature ass. So guess what? You explain it at the draft now.
Well,
enjoy.
That and the fact that when you look at it, one of these things not like the other. I think it was like 6 foot, 6'1", 6 foot, and 6'5" when they all stood next to each other. One person probably didn't hit the 6 foot mark.
Dude, he's 5'9". There's a reason no one wanted him, and he was at New Mexico State, and he's a gamer. He's tough as nails. I can separate the football player from the human being and the behaviors you display, but Rico. And Antoine Randall was listed at 5'10" in the Indiana media guide. He was 5'7". Right. Cut it out.
Okay. Can we say the University of Michigan should probably stick with Biff Poggi because they may not have a president or an athletic director to actually do the hiring?
Not yet. I think I know where you're going with this. Just give me until the end of this week. I think you've got to allow it to play out when Kalen DeBoer's season is over. Until I see an extension from Alabama. I understand the statement. I'm still going to back channel. I'm still going to do everything until Dillingham's extension is signed. But I think the longer it goes, the more real it becomes that you have a stiffy for Biffy. And that's going to be your problem because that's hilarious. And I can't wait if it happens. All the bought and paid for propagandists are going to tell you how this was the right move all along.
Right, this was who they really wanted. And because the reason being, if you're Dillingham, if you're Kalen DeBoer.
You don't know who you're working for.
Thank you. It's the other side of the coin.
It's a really good job, but they need leadership.
Right, you're like, oh, well, it's Michigan. Okay, it may be. You don't know who your boss is or your boss's boss. So you're going to sign on just blindly and cross your fingers and take a chance. So, yeah, Biff may be the guy.
And you enjoy that. Former hedge fund guy turned high school coach because he basically bought the high school, turned guy who delivered players to Michigan from B-Moore into terrible coach at Charlotte, who I don't even know if he lasted 2 years, but 6 sleeveless. Yes, that's going to be sold to you as the guy. I can't wait.
My.
Because Michigan is way too good of a job for Biff Poggi.
They will give him the 2 words that you always want to have.
Michigan man.
Can we? David, you okay?
I'm not, but just go on.
Too good of a job for that, David.
Go ahead, David. What you got to say?
No, I'm good. I would just sit here in my tears.
Can we say DJ Lagway will be the hottest name in the portal from Florida?
Boy.
Hopped in the portal today.
Depends on the health of that shoulder. That was clearly an issue all year. Rico, I don't know, man. I think Lagway is going to be up there. There's a lot of talent there. They did not go right at Florida, and he was hurt. The guy I don't want, not that you asked me, I have no interest in Raiola.
Well, it's funny because I was an ex.
I don't like him. He's a weirdo. I don't.
But he's currently right now popping his ACL.
In tribute to Pat Mahomes.
Right.
I think.
Quick! Somebody hit me in the knee!
The hottest name in the portal will be a guy who I think his destination is already determined, would be Drew Mestenmaker. Redshirt freshman, North Texas, the kid who lit it up, and he's going to go to Okie State with Eric Morris.
See, I don't count that because he's already going.
Fair.
So,
yeah,
I mean, the people who are going to get courted, because my next one was, can we say that Dylan Raiola and Aiden Childs made the better choice of leaving their schools and going back into the portal or going into the portal?
If their current NIL deal was on the table to stay, my answer is no. But my guess is Aiden was going to get a bit of a restructuring. Raiola, it's a little bit weirder to me. You got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
What did the school do to not back you up or believe in you or play you? That one's a little weirder for me. I don't know what he thinks he's going to get elsewhere. I wouldn't line up to pay him.
David?
He's slow.
He is, but did you know he looks like Patrick Mahomes?
Okay.
He hasn't gotten any better since he got into college. He hasn't gotten better at all.
Wait, you mean that just because you're a 5-star with a lot of hype, it doesn't automatically you turn into Dan Marino by year 3? Oh, man, I got so much evaluation to do.
Okay, Mike, this one's just for you because I know you say college football is gone and you hate it. Get another reason why Mike Valeni hates college football.
Let's hear it. This ought to be good.
Can we say that we have lost cabin pressure when the USC Trojans announced that Wayman Jordan, running back, has re-signed with the program as if a contract like, oh, okay, you've re-signed for a few more years. He's under scholarship.
My God.
But they had to let everybody know he has re-signed with USC.
Yeah, I'm not going to yell about it, but that is a little distasteful to me.
Right. It's like, hey, Jahmyr Gibbs re-signed with the Lions. Okay, his contract was up. I guess in theory it's correct because your NIL deal's probably year to year.
Can I offer you a can we?
Yes.
Just something fun, and it's NFL. May I just offer this here?
Yeah.
Caleb Williams has now attempted 1,000 passes in his career. Do you know how many interceptions he's thrown?
15?
12.
Okay.
Do you know why that's significant, gentlemen?
No.
That's the fewest in NFL history.
Oh, my Lord.
For a player drafted in his first 1,000 pass attempts. Can we say that even though he's not perfect, Caleb Williams is actually becoming really good?
Yeah, I can say that, Mike, because he actually got better from year 1 to year 2. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens from 2 to 3 in his second year under Ben Johnson.
He's got the
difficult,
problematic. He's got the difficult window passes down. He's just got to get the easy ones down. It's the damnedest thing, but he doesn't turn it over. So I just wanted to throw a can we say that at you. Right. We'll get more of those as the day goes along. Lots more to do. 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Per the AP, Michigan football interim head coach Biff Poggi had a Zoom call with all the players and their parents hours after Sherrone Moore was fired and said the school expects to have the next coach in place by the end of the month. The Pistons face the Celtics tonight in Boston. Detroit has a clean bill of health for the second straight day. 17-point-per-game scorer Peyton Pritchard has popped up as questionable for Boston. Your coverage right here on the ticket beginning at 6:35. Lions coach Dan Campbell spoke with the media and offered an update on Meek Robertson. The Commanders have decided to shut down quarterback Jaden Daniels, according to Ian Rappaport. Ian also confirming earlier that Packers defensive lineman Micah Parsons tore his ACL. The Colts announced that Phillip Rivers will again start against the Niners this week, and Ravens linebacker Teddy Buchanan has torn his ACL, according to Adam Schefter. Red Wings coach Tom McClellan has ruled out veteran forward Patrick Kane for the next 2 games and confirmed that John Leonard will slide into his spot on that second line. The Wings have placed winger Jonathan Bergwijn on waivers today. Michigan State quarterback Aiden Childs has told ESPN he's entering the transfer portal once it opens in January. Nebraska's Dylan Raiola also joining him. The latest AP college basketball poll out, Michigan stays at 2. MSU remained at 9. The winner of the Rocket Classic this year, Aldrich Potgieter, is now taken home PGA Rookie of the Year. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto for more. Going to 90.
All right, 5 o'clock. Let's get to business. For the audience just joining, we'll keep it simple. The Lions are just not that good. I mean, look, you're good, but you're not that good. You saw yesterday, you gave up 500 yards plus. You gave up 30 first downs. You allowed them to go 3 for 3 on 4th down. You allowed 160 yards rushing. You allowed them to ice the game. Bottom line is this. Dan Campbell, the audio, this idea of, the good part is we now got a close look at what the top of the NFC looks like. It's like, Dan, you didn't need that close look. When you haven't won back-to-back games since September 28th, man, you don't need a close look. You need a look in the mirror.
It took you to week 15 to realize, guys, we may not be good enough.
So here's our question to you. What's your belief level? Are you just out? Their playoff odds? It depends. Now, this is what's interesting because I don't understand the playoff probability models. The numbers reside in what I deem to be a wide range, as low as 25% up to 40%.
Right.
I don't get the differences, but let's just keep it. It's not good. And with 3 to go, you're basically 2 out. And Rico, you've always said it. You need a lot of help. You need scoreboard watching. So our question to you is simple. Where do you stand with this team? 3 to go. I refuse to write them off because Rico knows what I'm going to say. They don't lose 2 in a row either. So they'll beat
no. You're allowed.
And they'll beat the Steelers, and we'll be right back here a week from now doing some more scoreboard watching. The problem is just this is about the Super Bowl, not the playoffs. Do you truly believe in your heart this team can win 3 playoff games to get to a Super Bowl? Forget winning the damn thing. Do you believe they can win 3 straight road games? I do not.
Yeah, because here's the thing. As far as needing a ton of help, guys, everybody's played that 8-leg parlay. Think of it like that. In order to make the playoffs, the Lions are on an 8-leg parlay, and every leg has to hit. If one collapses, they're out. So we need to see them just do something they haven't done since the end of September, win 2 in a row. How about that? Beat Pittsburgh. Because I know they don't lose 2 in a row, Mike, but we're acting like, they'll beat Pittsburgh. But every time it seems like we have so much confidence they're going to beat a team, it's a struggle, whether it was the Giants, whether it was the Vikings. And guys, as of late, you've given up at least 27 points in all your last 4 games. This defense not really being very stellar. So can you win 3 in a row? No. Let's just start with 1. Like Aaron Rodgers coming in here, and I know we're like, oh, he's weird. But Yeah, I've seen too much, and I've seen just the numbers that people are putting up against this defense. I know people want to harp on the offense.
I think the Viking game is the between Pittsburgh and Minnesota. Let's leave Chicago out. Right? Chicago's the last week of the season. You got to earn your right to get in that game. I'm 90% sure they'll beat Pittsburgh. I think it's coin flip against the Vikings. Because, no, it's not just because they beat you here. It's a road game. It is a tough environment. It is a quarterback who's building confidence and becoming functional. I want to be careful saying that, but here's what else.
It's a defense that cracked the code.
It's a defense that hit you in the skull with a garbage can, and they're going to do it again.
And handed other teams the blueprint. Here, you want to beat the Lions? Do this.
So we're talking to you guys about that. The biggest problem is, and when I say you're just not that good, it's very simple. Last year, your dominant all-world offensive line made up for all those defensive injuries until the offense turned it over 5 times in a playoff game. But your offensive line guided you to 15-2. Your offensive line allowed you to simply score every time you had the football if needed. You don't have that anymore. And sure, the defense, while much healthier than last year, you have some critical injuries. You're not stopping the run the way you were. Aleem McNeil's been a ghost. And, I mean, forget about the cliche people we make fun of on the D-line. It's just, look, you're not good enough. That's it. You're good. You're not good enough. And if this was about the Super Bowl, that's the scale we grade on, right?
Right.
Like, would you celebrate the Tigers making the wild card on the last day of the season next year with 87 wins? No, because I want to win a World Series. You're not World Series good. So we're asking you guys where you're at with it. Did I miss anything? I don't know. Today's a hurricane.
You didn't.
Let's go to Keith, 97.1. Keith, what's going on?
Hey, guys, great show. Like listening to you guys. I'm happy you guys are objective. The problem I have is everybody's cracking on the offense. For 3 years, and this goes back to the year we played San Fran in the NFC title game, Brad Holmes has neglected the defensive side of the ball. They've signed players that were formerly injured, that were supposed to be good, that they could get something out of, and now they have a roster full of even their own players that are good, have been injured or gone. Our offense is scoring 30 points a game. It's not the offense's problem. And when Gibbs or the running game isn't working, the receivers can step up. This is a defensive issue, and it's pure neglect on Brad Holmes' part to address this. When everybody else in the room knows something wrong, you don't. We need pass rushers. We're going to need linebackers next year. We got no corners. Both our safeties are dead. They better address the defense. All our guys on offense are under contract. The offense will be fine. We can retool the offensive line, make a draft pick, sign somebody in free agent, for God's sake. But the defensive side of the ball needs to be addressed here. What are we talking about?
Well, Keith, hold on. Let me add one thing. I'll be more specific with the offense when I attack the offensive line. Have some fun for 1 second, all right? How many games? Because we all love Jahmyr Gibbs, right? He's a superstar. He's an electric football player. But to show you the problems when you zoom out, how many games this year has he had more than 68 yards rushing?
Ooh. Yeah, I've been listening all day. I heard your stat, and it's very valid.
There's only 5 games this season with more than 68 yards, and 3 of them were against corpses. So all I'm saying is this. You're right about the defense. All I'm saying is what helps that defense is you would have the ability to control TOP and that offensive line in the second half and close out spots. It's so bad. The running game's bad.
My counter to that, Mike, is what has Montgomery and what has the receivers done in those games where Jahmyr didn't step up?
Hold on, say that again?
What has Montgomery done when Jahmyr hasn't stepped up?
Montgomery and the receivers, what have they done in those games when it hasn't been Jahmyr?
No, and this is.
But I think when you can stop the run game.
On offense, they got receivers. They got the talents on offense where the run game's not working. The problem here is defense, guys.
No. But Keith, here's the thing. Keith, when you can stop the run game, now defenses can just pin their ears back, make Goff uncomfortable, and that passing game doesn't look as good.
Yes, but I thought Goff was pretty good in the pocket yesterday. Like, he moved around more than usual. Like, he wasn't terrible. And J-Mo had a good game. Amon-Ra had a huge game. Sure, Gibbs didn't get it done, but the defense let him down, man. It's the defense. Like, they got to draft some guys. They got to get some guys.
Keith, I get what you're saying about the I get what you're saying about the defense, because the defense has given up like at least 27 points for the last 4 games. And yeah, they've given up a lot of yards.
Won us 8 games this year. I would say the offense has won us 8 games this year, or 7 for sure. How many has the defense won us?
Not many. I mean, the defense played really up against Philly. I thought the defense played really well against Minnesota. The offense effed them with the short fields.
Agreed.
But I'm with you in general. But here's the thing. Keith, listen, I agree with you, but understand this is an offensive football team. They've never been built out
100%.
to be a defensive team, but do they need to be better? Sure. I think the problem is your secondary, again, whether it's Terry Arnold, Rakestraw, Branch, Kirby Joseph. Look, Keith, you're losing pieces in the wrong place. And here's the other problem. Your front seven's healthy, and it's not good. That's where you and I could hold hands on this and go, that's Brad's failing.
Yes, it's Hutch and a bunch of corpses on the defensive line. They're going to lose Anzalone. Campbell's good, but the secondary's been a mismatch. They pieced it together for these last 2 years. Like, you win 15 games last year, and it's clear and evident that you need help on defense.
Yeah.
And it wasn't addressed. They spent $700 million on offense. And Hutch is the only guy they paid on defense. Well, they paid Kirby Joseph. Oh, my God.
I'm worried about, I'll say this, I'm worried about the Kirby thing until I get credible reports that I shouldn't be worried. No, done for this year, Keith. What I'm saying is, when they're using terms like surgery won't fix this, and this is something he's going to have to deal with, and it's pain management, you're like, okay, hold on. I know I'm not going to put into the universe what that sounds like, but that does not sound like something where this guy's going to have an effective long-term career. I need to see the next update when they write about it.
Well, then I won't say it either. But yeah, I thought it was like, I thought maybe it's the same thing that Ragnow had, where it just lasts
inoperable
forever.
toe?
Yes.
Yeah, you're not far off. But except it's his knee, you go, uh-oh. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that's where I agree with what Keith is saying. It's just the differential is it is an offensive team. I can't ask the defense to be the better unit, and that offensive line has screwed up the whole thing. That's the problem. 248-539-9797. Our Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country, and Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting, all the time, lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the things you need when you need it. Call Northville today or just stop by the showroom. They are Michigan's Trex Superstore. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, to the people, Lions Review is coming up tonight as well. Right now, we go to T, 97.1. T, happy holidays, buddy. What's the word?
Happy holidays, Rico, my man, Mike.
What up, T?
Listen, man, we were talking about Michigan last week, so I didn't really get into my Lions rant. I don't understand what the problem is with everyone. It's not Dan Campbell's fault, except for his wretched play calling in critical situations. I can't get mad at him for that. I think a few things, if you will allow me. I believe that he's kind of in over his head when it comes to play calling. I think he makes some good decisions, but also in those critical situations where you got to have a guy who is kind of, more vetted in calling plays in critical situations. I think he lacks with that, especially if they get behind. But I just want to go back to the problem I've been saying every time I call, since Mike said you need to call more regularly.
Yes, you do.
The defense is trifling, and it's been that way. I mean, I'm tired of hearing all this extra, well, they're healthy. That last guy, he stole a lot of the thunder, so I'm going to have to go in another direction. I'm good enough to do it. They're corpses. I mean, give me a break. I mean, I saw this wretched play calling personnel. You had a 5'2" DB, that's a nickel, chasing Puka and Devontae Adams, and he looked like a little leaguer out there. I'm not blaming the player because we know what he is.
Right.
But you got to do matchups, man. Anzalone, all this, well, he can cover. That's garbage. Okay? You got one pass rusher.
You know what the problem, though? T, they fall in love with their own people.
Oh, see, everyone's stealing T's thunder today. I was going to get to that. Did you they're just illiterate football players on this team to make money. I'm going to tell you something. All that naked boo rollout misdirection, how many times did they run that? And Derek Barnes is knifing down with no lateral speed. I mean, it looked like Matt Stafford throwing the Golden Tate and freaking Calvin Johnson, except they were impersonating Devontae Adams until he pulled his hamstring and poke him, man. Seriously. If we don't draft nothing but defense, and bring some veterans in here to go along with these young studs. Oh, and by the way, they single-handedly killed Brian Branch, okay? They use him as a battering ram like Bob Sanders, and then all of a sudden, I need you to play up top, be a window washer. That's how he got hurt. I'm just so pissed that we can score points. We scored enough points to win. Our defense is wretched, trifling.
No, T, they don't value that side of the ball the way that they value the offense. Look at the money that's been spent.
We're talking about being a Super Bowl team. Just tell the fans, look, we want to be creative like with the Circus of Lake Circus.
But you know what?
We're going to win.
T, in a lot of ways, they've told you they're not a Super Bowl team when Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell are talking about a long-term approach and being consistently good. Consistently good ain't got nothing to do with hoisting a Lombardi trophy.
This is true with the fans that are buying all the Lions gear and, I mean, it's just atrocious, man. This is why I've never got on board. You know this, Mike. And I'm a Raider fan, and we suck so bad.
God. Oh.
We're so hideous that we need to go in a cave and just blow out whatever brains we got left. But the Lions are the biggest con job ever.
All right. I mean, listen, here's what I tell you. Rico and I have always said this. Their best shot to get to a Super Bowl was that game in San Francisco. You will never be up 17 in a championship game again in a second half. Odds suggest that. It's hard enough to even get to that game. Last year, they screwed the pooch, and some things got taken away from them by injury. But this year, to me, if they fail to make that meaningful run, this was born out of hubris. The mocking of fans and the whole idea of how dare you ask for an edge rush, how dare you want to get a better pass rusher, the idea that they could go and hire a bum OC in John Morton because he spent 10 minutes here, and they'd promote from within on the other side, the idea that they wouldn't sign free agents, that they wouldn't make a trade. They continued to live in the past. that they were 2024's team. And hey, guess what? If Dan found out finally in week 15 that they're not, bully for you. But that's to me what it's about.
Yeah, it's just really weird. Like, it was just that whole, that's what the NFC, the top of the NFC looks like, and that's not us. It's like,
and he said we can still get there, and I'm going, Dan, I don't think you got the pieces.
I mean, in theory, yes, you can. You're not giving up. You have a puncher's chance. You do, but it shouldn't have taken you this long to realize what winning looks like, what winning consistently looks like, what you have to do to consistently win, what that looks like as well.
Yeah, usually stacking more than one win in a row, which you haven't done since September 28th.
Yeah.
If they manage to do it down the stretch, that's fine. Nothing's impossible.
And I know people will be like, well, we were injured. Man, everybody has injuries in the league.
I don't want to hear that anymore.
You think the Packers want to hear about your injuries? No.
I mean, Minnesota's played 15 different offensive line combinations, and they lost their starting QB for several weeks. Then they lost his backup only to put the bad quarterback back in. Really? Is this what we're going to do? Teams have injuries. Yes, you have some bad ones. Who's healthy? Who's this team that's just perfect right now?
There is none.
Oh, did I miss that Devontae Adams just died in a football game yesterday?
I was about to say the closest is the Rams, and he just pulls up running a route that, had he not pulled up, that was probably going to be a touchdown or a very deep completion.
He was about to go very fast. Let's go to Tobias, 97.1. Tobias, how you doing, buddy?
Good. How's it going, guys?
Good.
Yeah, kind of. Some of the previous callers kind of maybe stole my thunder a little bit, but something I haven't really been hearing much, I guess, throughout the season, and it's kind of where I've gotten to, is a little bit of burnout or fatigue, I guess. I don't know which one's a better term for it, but I feel like I'm watching the Seattle Seahawks game from 2022 on repeat. Anytime we have a big game this year and last year, it's exhausting knowing anytime you play a decent team, all right, it's a race to 40 points. Who gets there first? And by the end of this window, or with this offensive core, looking back, it's going to be like, if we just had a competent defense and some players, if Brad could go out and get some players to complement the defense a little more, this offense can hang with anybody. But when you're asking your offense to be perfect every game, it's gonna bite you eventually, and it's exhausting as a fan watching the games where it's like, well, if we can't force 2 punts today, we're probably not gonna win.
Well,
it's like, what are you gonna do?
The other problem though is they can hang with anybody as long as anybody isn't any good. Tobias, when they've played the best teams they've played, I mean, okay, yesterday they had a little bit of a track meet, right? When they needed to keep up and hang, they had 3 straight 3-and-outs that essentially ended the game. And you score a garbage TD late to make window dressing. You had 24 against Green Bay. You had 9 against Philly, 17 against Kansas City, 13 against Green Bay again. Again, last year's offense, I agreed with you. This year, to me, is a clear step down. You could talk about most points in the league, and I'll point to a couple of games that they put 100 on 2 corpses that has greatly influenced what that number looks like.
Yeah, and I agree. This year's offense is not the same as last year's offense, but it's definitely still good enough to be better than where we're at right now. And I think yesterday was a great example of why the Rams are, head and shoulders above where we're at, is they come out of halftime and their defense can get a couple stops, and it's like,
yeah,
that's all we need.
And the problem still resides. No Terrion Arnold, no Kirby Joseph, no Branch, and DJ Reed's playing terrible. Yeah, Tobias, hard to get stops. You're missing your secondary pieces, and look, you don't have a great pass rush.
I get there's injuries, but I'm kind of tired of hearing the injury thing, because even when they were healthy, this defense has never been a top 10 defense in the league. And I know maybe that's a lot to ask for, but
there was a time last year they were. But Tobias, I hear you.
But
I know.
But yeah,
we're up against it, my man. I do apologize. We've got Lions Review, which is on a tight schedule. Rico and I return to you tomorrow at 2. We'll continue the conversation with the Lions, I'm sure, mix in some college football. I don't know.
Something going on in college football?
No, nothing at all. 97.1.